Heavenly Unbound, the System Maker. By Tan 1211, Lan Hengsheng was once the pride of the Lan Clan, a child prodigy with limitless potential until his 5th birthday changed everything. Declared spirit coreless, he was abandoned by those who once praised him, dismissed as immortal in a world ruled by cultivators. His so-called friends turned their backs on him, and the clan that once held him in high regard saw him as nothing more than a disappointment. But Hengsheng holds a secret, one that defies the natural laws of this world. Make a wish. He wished for everything. With the ability to create a system, he doesn't need talent. He doesn't need fate's blessing. He can program his own path to immortality. Why struggle for enlightenment when he can create a cultivation optimization system? Why waste decades training when he can install a time acceleration system? Why risk his life searching for treasures when he can develop an auto-farming system? While other cultivators beg the heavens for guidance, Hengsheng writes his own cultivation manual. Armed with his cheat-like power, he will challenge geniuses, reshape sects, and rewrite the very foundation of cultivation itself. The strongest cultivator is a system maker. The endless void, a realm of boundless nothingness that stretches between all creations, universes, and realities. The absolute void, devoid of all things, even the basic law that all universes and realities should contain. There is no time, no space, no light, no darkness, no reality, no change. Not even the endless void itself truly existed, totally blankness. But now, this ageless stillness quakes as a battle of unfathomable power unfolds, each clash shaking the very foundation of existence. Each strike of the silver power paints color into the endless void, giving it meaning and bringing a new reality into existence. Each strike of the red power erases all existence, reducing everything back to the absolute void. Boom, boom. Two absolute existence beings collide in a struggle that bends the fabric of reality. 1. A humanoid figure covered in a radiant gray-silver aura commands the endless void with terrifying authority. His raised hand shines with blinding silver light, condensing into an infinite extended blade of silver light that surges forward with an infinite speed, unstoppable force in its wrath. Opposing him is a colossal red orb, vast enough to dwarf entire universes. Pulsing with chaotic energy, it resists with all its might. Conjuring an infinite universe with its red power, instantly hopes to use them to stop the unfathomable power of the silver light blade. The countless universe was cut in half and destroyed instantly all at once. The silver light blade did not even show a single sign of weakening. With its unfathomable power, it pierced into the body of the colossal red orb. The colossal red orb gathered all its power to stop the blade of light from pierce through its immense form. Yet, despite its immense form, the orb falters, cracks spreading across its surface as it endures the relentless onslaught. The blade of silver light slices deep into the red orb, erasing chunks of its absolute essence. With every second, the orb trembles, its absolute existence core burning with a singular instinct to survive. For countless eons, it has existed as an embodiment of the chaos will, thriving in the numerous universes. But now, the inevitability of its destruction looms closer. Boom! The colossal red orb fractures into trillions upon trillions of fragments, each shard scattering across countless universes and realities beyond the endless void in a desperate attempt to preserve its existence. Yet, even this act of survival is prevented. With a mere gesture, the gray-silver figure obliterates all the fragments, reducing them to nothingness. A mournful growl echoes through the void, raw and wordless, as the red orb's existence flickers. It cannot bear the thought of ceasing to be. But its opponent has already seized its absolute existence core, the very foundation of its being. Life and death now rest entirely in the hands of the gray-silver figure. The red orb's desperation swells. It transmits a final plea, offering servitude, humiliation, or anything to avoid annihilation. The gray-silver figure pauses, his radiant form betraying a trace of intrigue. So, your mind is just little more than a human infant, he remarks, his tone sharp with both curiosity and doubt. The red orb, humiliated and enraged, gathers its last reserves of red power. In a final act of defiance, it launches a suicidal attack, seeking to bring its opponent down. The attempt is futile. With an effortless motion, the gray silver figure seals the orb's movements entirely, locking it in place. He speaks again, his voice quiet now, laced with understanding. You share the fate I once did, just another existence striving to defy the inevitability of the endless cycle. The gray silver figure pauses for a moment, lost in thought. Though our paths differ, you embrace the law of the jungle to the extreme, and I have overcome it by choosing to be unbound. I will grant you a chance. Let's see how far you can go this time. Without hesitation, he begins dismantling the red orb. Its memories, power, and absolute existence authority are stripped away, leaving only its true existence core of the true soul intact. The red true soul screams as it doesn't want to die, but there is no sound. Hovered in the endless void, the true soul shines dimly, awaiting its uncertain future. MC Poff. I don't want to die. I need to breathe. Why am I in water? Where's the surface? Why can't I feel my hands? Someone, help me. I'm in pain. Countless questions filled my mind, but no answers came. Only an endless, searing pain in my head. Time stretched endlessly, and it felt like an eternity had passed before I was finally free from the suffocating, wet environment. I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't see anything. Everything was blurry, and my body felt strange. Desperately, I tried to call for help. Whoa, 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 what the heck? A baby's cry? Wait, a broken bar, that's my voice. Did I just cry like a baby? No, no, no. This can't be happening. Did I become a baby? How? Why? Before I could process anything further, unfamiliar voices filled the air, a man and a woman speaking in a warm yet foreign language I couldn't understand. Their words came rapidly, their tones carrying an urgency I couldn't grasp. I strained to understand them, but the language wasn't English. Their words were completely alien to him, but the rhythm of their voices carried a strange, comforting familiarity. Lan Hengsheng, a broken bar. What's going on? Where am I? My mind raced, but my tiny body betrayed me. Exhaustion overwhelmed me, and despite my spiraling thoughts, my eyes slowly closed. Darkness claimed me once again. 5 years later. Young master, mistress is calling you, the young maid said in a polite tone, but the smirk tugging at her lips betrayed her true thoughts. Lan Hengsheng noticed immediately a mockery hid behind her courtesy. He couldn't blame her. Just yesterday, the talent identification ceremony had upended his life. Lan Hengsheng, hailed as a prodigy since birth, was the pride of the clan. He spoke his first words at 1 month, walked by the second, and was reading books by 6 months. Such accomplishments made him a child prodigy of the clan, a new generation shining hope, destined to bring honor and glory. Expectations for his future soared to impossible heights. Yet, the ceremony's result crushed those dreams. The truth struck like a bolt of lightning. Lan Hengsheng was born without a spirit core, the very foundation of cultivation. Without it, he could not step onto the path of immortality, and the gates to cultivation were forever closed to him. The clan's joy turned to scorn, and disappointment spread like wildfire. His parents' rivals in the clan, long waiting for an opportunity, would undoubtedly seize this chance to attack their standing. The world Lan Hengsheng found himself in was nothing like Earth. Back on Earth, he had been a highly successful businessman, a multi-business owner whose financial empire guaranteed him a life of ease. With wealth so vast he could spend millions daily without concern, he had retired young, ready to enjoy the fruits of his labor. But one moment, he had everything, and the next, he found himself reborn into this strange world. At first, Lan Hengsheng thought he had traveled back to ancient China. The architecture, customs, and eastern landscapes all pointed to it. Yet this world contained wonders beyond anything his previous life could fathom. Here, immortal cultivators soared through the skies, wielding powers that bent the laws of nature. He vividly recalled watching his father rise into the sky, a spectacle that shattered his assumptions and confirmed he was in a realm of cultivation of the kind of world he once thought existed only in novels. The Lan Clan, into which Lan Hengsheng was reborn, was a prominent cultivator family situated in the heart of the Golden Pillar continent, the southern metal flow plain region. The clan boasted a massive network of more than 10,000 members living together, a testament to their strength and influence. However, in this world, strength was everything, and Hengsheng's lack of a spirit core made him a weak link in their mighty chain. Hengsheng rose from his study seat and followed the servant to his mother's chambers. They passed through the lush garden, fragrant with blooming flowers, before arriving at the entrance to her room. The servant stepped aside and lowered her head respectfully as a calm, feminine voice called out from within. "Come in." Hengsheng pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. His mother, her name is Wang Liangxiu, a woman with long, flowing black hair and a poised demeanor, sat gracefully within the room. She radiated elegance, her youthful appearance belying the wisdom she carried. A member of the Wang clan, a long-standing allies of the Lan Clan, she had come from a powerful lineage that shared territory under the Golden Sword sect, the overlords of the continent. "Mother." Hengsheng greets her with a polite posture. "Sheng'er," she began softly, her voice filled with warmth and understanding. "I heard about what happened yesterday." She paused for a moment, trying to soothe her son. "But do not let the words of others discourage you. The way of the heavens is mysterious. Even someone without a spirit core, like you, can achieve immortality. It has happened before." She spoke with a gentle, reassuring tone, weaving tales of ancient immortals who, like him, were born without spirit cores yet defied all odds to ascend to greatness. Such figures achieved immortality not only through unyielding determination but also extraordinary luck and rare opportunities, like discovering a legendary treasure capable of transforming a mortal into a cultivator. Hengsheng listened quietly, absorbing his mother's words. He understood the immense difficulty of the path she described, but unlike others who might feel helpless in his situation, Hengsheng did not despair. He was not reborn empty-handed. "Thank you, Mother, for caring about me. I will not let others' opinions close my path," he said, his voice calm yet resolute. Hearing this, Liangxiu felt a surge of pride at her son's unshaken will, though her heart ached as she knew the difficult road that lay ahead. The thought of her son growing old and frail, unable to break free from mortality, made her chest tighten painfully. She stepped forward and embraced him tightly, as if trying to shield him from the trials he would inevitably face. After releasing him, she sent Hengsheng back to his study with a warm smile. Hengsheng left his mother's chamber with a heart full of warmth. At least in this world, there was someone truly on his side. He muttered to himself. "Not like those brats from yesterday. They called me a big bro all this time but flipped on me the moment they found out I didn't have a spirit core. I'll make them regret it someday." He clenched his fists briefly, but then let the anger go. They were just 5-year-old kids. What did they know? The real reason Hengsheng wasn't discouraged by the talent identification ceremony yesterday lay in a secret only he knew. During the ceremony, when the spiritual chi of the artifact surged into his body to identify his core, it found nothing. But instead of merely failing, the process triggered something far greater, something that had followed him through his reincarnation. Returning to his room, Hengsheng firmly closed the door and instructed his servant not to disturb him. He quickly sat down on his favorite mat, his gaze fixed on an invisible translucent screen only he could see. It had been loading since yesterday. A short while later, a broken bar. 98% A broken bar, 99% A broken bar, 100%. Ding. Make a wish. The red word screen floats above his eye as it waits for his command. That's it. Hengsheng stared at the words before him, disbelief etched across his face. Make a wish? He had expected a cheat-like system to descend upon him, granting him a cheat-like advantage befitting someone who had been reincarnated. Instead, it wanted him to pray to some higher power or unknown entity. Hengsheng frowned, frustration bubbling within. What am I even supposed to wish for? The possibilities swirled in his mind like an endless storm. Can I wish to be the strongest in the world? This was a cultivation world. There was always a higher realm lurking somewhere. If I'm the strongest here, someone from a higher realm could just come and slap me into oblivion. He scratched his head, thinking harder. Then what about wishing to be the strongest in the universe? But even that didn't feel right. He didn't know whether this world had a multiverse, and if it did, his wish would still fall short. Frustrated and overwhelmed, Hengsheng threw caution to the wind. Fine. Can I just wish to have More wishes? Ding. The wish has been made. Hengsheng froze, his eyes widening. The system had accepted it. Wait, what? It actually worked? Before he could fully process what was happening, a sudden pressure engulfed his body. His vision blurred, and the world seemed to spin out of control. He stumbled backward, falling off his chair and collapsing onto the floor. A sickening wave of nausea crashed over him, his body trembling violently. It felt as if he were caught in the throes of a severe flu, every inch of his being screaming in discomfort. I can't. Hengsheng's thoughts began to fragment as the overwhelming sensation pulled him deeper into the abyss. His consciousness flickered and then faded entirely. A while later, Hengsheng didn't know how much time had passed, but he slowly opened his eyes. His body ached all over from the earlier incident, and confusion clouded his thoughts. What happened? What about my wish? He sat up, rubbing his temples, and decided to test it. I want to be the strongest, he shouted. Nothing happened. I want to be an adult. Silence. I want to have a spirit core, he yelled in frustration, waiting for any sign. Yet, nothing came. Hengsheng's face twisted in disbelief. Did I just get scammed? Damn it. Desperation clawed at him as he tried again. System, status window. His voice echoed through his room, but still, there was no response. Hengsheng screamed, slamming his fists against the floor in frustration. He had convinced himself that his lack of a spirit core would be a temporary setback, that the so-called cheat he had expected would eventually make up for it. But now, his hopes seemed crushed. He lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, despair washing over him. Life as a mortal in a prestigious cultivation clan was worse than being an ordinary mortal. Without cultivation, he would be seen as trash for the rest of his life. His father, the son of the Lan Clan patriarch, might shield him to some extent, and his mother, a key figure in their allied Wang clan, could protect him from outright death. But beatings and humiliation? Those would be unavoidable. Most of all, Hengsheng yearned to cultivate, to be immortal, to transcend the limits of lifespan itself. Who wouldn't want that? Hengsheng cried pathetically, rolling on the ground like he was actually a helpless child. Sucking on his finger out of frustration, he imagined his bleak future. Even if a treasure that could turn a mortal into a cultivator existed, it wouldn't fall into my hands. The stronger forces out there would never allow it. Even if by some miracle I obtained it, it would bring destruction to my clan. We'd pay the ultimate price for possessing something beyond our capability to protect. Just as he was about to lose all hope, a strange warmth began to radiate from his chest. The sensation was foreign but oddly comforting, like a flicker of hope igniting deep within him. Hengsheng sat up abruptly and closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation. Suddenly, his consciousness was pulled inward. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast, endless white space. The emptiness stretched in every direction like an infinite blank sheet of paper. What a broken bar. What is this? He muttered, looking around. When he glanced at his hands, he realized they were translucent, ghost-like. Panic gripped him. Am I dead? He quickly closed his eyes again, and the moment he did, his consciousness snapped back into his body. Hengsheng gasped, sitting upright in his room. The warmth in his chest still lingered, faint but steady. Determined to understand, he closed his eyes and focused on the feeling again. He was back in the white space. This time, excitement bubbled within him as realization dawned. There's a broken bar. This must be my cheat. Hengsheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Questions began swirling in his mind. How does this work? Is this some kind of tool for cultivation? Could it give me extra time to practice? But if that were the case, it wouldn't help him anytime soon. He recalled the teachings of his clan. Cultivation could only begin properly at the age of 15 when the body matured into adulthood. Starting too early risked an unstable foundation when one reached the spirit-body stage. As he pondered, Hengsheng decided to explore. He moved his spirit body around the vast white space. To his amazement, he found that he could float, even fly, in this peculiar realm. It must be some kind of mind space, he murmured, assuming it existed within himself. He flew forward, but no matter how far he traveled, the scenery didn't change. The space was endless, an infinite void. Frustrated, he paused mid-flight, a thought suddenly striking him. My wish, a broken bar, maybe this is where I should start. Stopping in place, Hengsheng took a deep breath and declared boldly, I want to be the strongest. Immediately, a surge of power flooded his spirit body, filling him with strength he'd never imagined. Excitement bubbled within him as he raised his small palm, aiming forward. With a single thought, the energy gathered into a glowing sphere and shot out into the void. Boom! Far away, an explosion erupted, its shockwave rippling through the white space. Hengsheng laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha ha! It worked. Drunk on power, he made another wish. I want to be an adult. His spirit body transformed before his eyes, growing taller and more muscular. Gone was the frail, 5-year-old form, replaced by a commanding adult figure. He laughed again, this time with a sense of omnipotence. I'm a god. Omnipotent. Consumed by a sense of power, Hengsheng made another wish. Turn this place into earth. Suddenly, the blank white space began to shift. Stars appeared, filling the vast void, and the ground beneath him solidified into the familiar blue-green planet. He stood on earth, taking in a deep breath of imaginary air, basking in the illusion of pleasure and control. But doubt crept into his mind. Is any of this real? Hengsheng froze. The fear that all of this was just an illusion gripped him. His chest tightened. What if it's all fake? He steeled himself and opened his eyes. Back in his room, Hengsheng glanced at his body. He was still a 5-year-old child. The overwhelming power he had felt moments ago was gone. The wishes, the earth, the stars, all of it vanished, as though it had never existed. Ha ha! Broken bar. His laugh was hollow as he mocked himself. Stupid. I actually thought everything would be okay just like that. This world was nothing like the one he had come from. On Earth, success came to those who worked smart, and who found the right way to the top. But here, the fight was over before it even began. Still, Hengsheng gritted his teeth. At least I have something, a super reality simulation, a place where I can escape and forget about this harsh reality, even if only for a while. For now, he resolved to retreat into the mind space whenever the world became too much to bear. If nothing else, it would be his sanctuary away from the cruel world outside. Hengsheng closed his eyes and returned to the mind space. Everything he had wished for earlier still existed: the earth, the people, and the bustling world he had shaped. With no hesitation, he resumed playing God, molding the simulation further. He populated the earth with people who resembled those from his old world. But something was off. They stood blankly, lifeless, like mannequins waiting for commands. Frustrated, he made a new wish: let everything here be like the real Earth. At once, the simulated world sprang to life. The blank stares faded as the people began to move. Streets filled with activity. Cars honked, workers bustled, children laughed. The world flowed seamlessly, as if this day was no different from any other. Hengsheng hovered above it all, watching with satisfaction. As he focused, a strange sensation overtook him. His awareness expanded, and he could feel the thoughts and actions of the simulated 7 billion people below. His mind brimmed with their collective knowledge and creativity. A sudden idea struck him: what if I use these simulated people to solve my problem? Could I create geniuses to think outside the box for me? The thought excited him, but it also raised another question. Why not just wish for my own intelligence to increase instead? Careful not to overreach, Hengsheng made his next wish: make me smarter without losing myself. Instantly, he felt his mind sharpen. Memories from his past life, conversations, books he'd read, details he had long forgotten came flooding back. His thoughts flowed faster, clearer. It was as though the fog in his brain had lifted, leaving behind crystal clarity. This feels amazing, Hengsheng whispered, marveling at his newfound mental acuity. I never realized how much a sharper mind could change the way I see the world. But curiosity gnawed at him. Does this intelligence stay when I leave the mind space? Opening his eyes, Hengsheng returned to reality. The dull ache of his mortal body reminded him he was back, but his mind still felt sharper. He decided to test it with some mental math, solving equations far beyond what his brain of a 5-year-old should manage. So it works. He laughed triumphantly. Even if it's not as strong as in the mind space, I've still become smarter. About 1% of what I gain here carries over. But it's real. Then another question rose. Why can intelligence transfer, but not physical changes? Does it only apply to things I think in my mind? His newly enhanced intellect prodded him toward a bold, if insane, experiment. Without hesitation, Hengsheng re-entered the mind space, made a wish, and then immediately opened his eyes again to reality. Ding. Status. Name, Lan Hengsheng. Level? Question mark. Question mark. For a moment, Hengsheng stared in disbelief, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. For the first time, since his reincarnation, Lan Hengsheng's heart swelled with real, unlimited possibility. Ha 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 ha. Hengsheng laughed uncontrollably, basking in the euphoria of his discovery. He had found a way to cheat the way of the cultivation world. But his triumph was short-lived as something felt off. Suddenly, his stomach growled fiercely, an empty ache spreading through his body. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, his strength drained completely. Hengsheng's face turned pale as he clutched his stomach. What's happening? He muttered through gritted teeth, struggling to make sense of the sudden weakness. His sharp mind kicked into gear, deducing the likely cause. So, the cheat comes with a cost after all. No wonder the system didn't fully materialize or display all its features. It only showed my name. Helpless, Hengsheng forced himself to sit upright, crawling toward the chair in his chamber. He felt like he hadn't eaten in days, even though breakfast had been just 2 hours ago. Hunger consumed him from within, and with no other option, he called out to his servant with all the strength he could muster. Lanu, bring me some food. A lot of it. Hengsheng shouted hoarsely. Yes, young master. Lanu replied promptly from outside the chamber. Before long, the door opened, and Lanu entered, carrying a small banquet's worth of dishes. The servant placed the food on the table and, hearing Hengsheng's stomach growl audibly, stifled a smile. Hengsheng felt his cheeks flush slightly in embarrassment but waved his servant away impatiently. Leave me, he said. I'll eat alone. Lanu bowed and retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. Hengsheng wasted no time digging into the feast. Manners forgotten, he devoured the food like a starved animal, the gnawing ache in his stomach driving him to eat more than he ever thought possible. 15 minutes later, the table was empty, and Hengsheng leaned back in his chair, feeling bloated but finally sated. Wiping his mouth, he let out a sigh of relief. I can't keep this up, he thought, his earlier excitement now tempered with caution. If using my cheat drains my energy like this every time, my body won't survive long. The body is the foundation of everything in this world. Even a minor injury can cripple a cultivator's potential. Hengsheng considered his next steps carefully. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Creating a system to assist me seems feasible, but I'll need to ensure it works efficiently in the real world without draining me to the brink of collapse. If this world demands careful planning to succeed, then so be it. Resolved, Hengsheng began brainstorming how to design a system that would not only help him cheat the natural order but also function seamlessly within the limitations of his mortal body. Hengsheng, now full from his meal, stood up and walked to his bed. He lay down and closed his eyes, entering the mind space with a familiar sensation. In an instant, he was surrounded by the endless white void. Here, his ability to wish was unrestricted, granting him access to unparalleled possibilities. Hengsheng focused, activating his enhanced intellect. He began considering the first issue at hand: how to fully utilize this mind space. The logical first step was understanding its capability and limits. Let's test this, he murmured, making a wish. The answer came swiftly. There is no limit. The only boundaries are your imagination and knowledge. Everything here will manifest according to your will. So that's how it is, Hengsheng thought, his suspicions confirmed. If he could imagine the strongest being, he could become that powerful in this space. But the next question loomed: could he bring anything from the mind space into the real world, like his increased intelligence or the incomplete system? He made another wish, and the answer revealed itself. Yes, everything here can be brought into the outside world, but everything taken there must adhere to its world laws. There will be a cost to energy, essence, or equivalent exchange. It made sense. If he wanted to bring the overwhelming strength of his strongest self into the cultivation world, he would need either to surpass that power himself or to possess the energy required to sustain it. Without these conditions, such a wish would be impossible. However, more modest changes, like a portion of his enhanced intelligence, were viable. The cost was low, and such an optimization wasn't against the laws of heaven. In the eyes of heaven, improving his intelligence was akin to refining his brain and mind, and nothing that disrupted the natural order. Similarly, for the system, heaven would interpret it as a technique or a construct powered by my own mind and body energy rather than something magical entity, or something that violated its rules. Hengsheng couldn't help but smirk, satisfied with the clarity of the answers. This simplified everything. Now, he knew the steps he had to take to re-enter the battlefield of this world and fight for immortality. The first step was fixing his core issue literally. Without a spirit core, he couldn't hold spiritual chi within his body, the defining trait that separated mortals from cultivators. Hengsheng remembered the knowledge shared by the clan teacher about spirit cores. These cores were classified by both quality and type. Quality ranged from mortal, earth, heaven, to divine, with each level representing an exponential increase in a core's ability to absorb chi from the environment, an ability to harmonize with the heaven and earth, and the owner's cultivation talent such as comprehension of law and Tao. Types were based on affinity, enabling the spirit core owner to specialize in specific types of Qi or Tao paths. The weakest and the most common was the neutral core, mortal grade, which had no affinity, and the slowest Qi absorption rate and cultivation talent. Cultivators with this type of core would struggle to progress, often requiring their entire lifespan to reach the next realm. Such individuals were typically overlooked by powerful sects and clans, forced to walk the path of loose cultivators without the resources to succeed. At the pinnacle of cores lay the Chaos Core, divine grade. This extraordinary spirit core granted the holder an affinity with all types of Qi within heaven and earth, the highest absorption rate, and unparalleled cultivation talent and comprehension speed. Cultivators with this type of core had cultivation speeds tens of thousands of times faster than those with the weakest cores. With such a core, ascension to immortality was almost guaranteed if they could survive the inevitable challenges and dangers along the way. Hengsheng's goal was simple: to create a system that would help him form a spirit core. He couldn't create a core instantly. The energy required was far beyond his current means. Instead, he resolved to build it gradually, little by little, feeding the process with energy from food or low-rank natural treasures. His first desire was to form a divine chaos core, but a calculation revealed the grim reality. It would take him millions of years, even with constant energy input. Using his wish ability, Hengsheng deduced the most optimal path forward. The results were clear: a mortal neutral core would only take 7 years to form, giving him a workable starting point. However, he aimed higher. A mortal metal core, which would take 10 years to form, would be far more advantageous. The Golden Pillar continent was abundant in metal chi, allowing him to cultivate at speeds comparable to someone with an earth quality core. With 10 years before others, his age began their cultivation journey. The decision was obvious. With his plan set, Hengsheng immediately wished for the creation of a system to form the core. Ding. Mortal metal spirit cow formation processing. 10 years 0 o'clock. Hengsheng felt a warm sensation bloom in his lower abdomen, which is called the lower dantian by the cultivator, the area where the spirit core would eventually form. He closed his eyes, returned to the real world, and focused on observing himself. Sure enough, the warmth persisted. He willed the system panel to appear, confirming its operation. Ding. Mortal metal spirit cow formation processing. 9 years 365 hours 23 minutes 58 seconds. A grin spread across Hengsheng's face. His plan was working. He had finally found a way to cheat the way of the heavens. However, his triumphant moment was cut short as a familiar sensation struck her. His energy was being drained. Not all at once, but gradually, just as he had designed. The realization hit him: I've literally programmed my own suffering. Lanu, get me more meals. Hengsheng bellowed, his voice echoing dramatically through the chamber. Yes, young master. Lanu replied, though her tone carried a subtle undertone of confusion. After all, Her young master had just eaten his meal a while ago. What on earth was wrong with him now? Lanu's path yesterday had been nothing short of a spectacle. The once glorious young master, heralded as a prodigy destined to lead the clan, was revealed to be just immortal. Lanu couldn't help but laugh internally at the cruel joke heaven had played. Who would have thought the same child who strutted around like he was better than everyone else would fall so hard? And not even while walking the path of cultivation he didn't even get to start. At first, she had been thrilled to be assigned as the young master's caretaker. It was supposed to be an opportunity, a stroke of fortune for someone like her from a minor branch of the Lan Clan. But now, that dream had shattered faster than her hope of ever advancing in the clan. Secretly, she cursed her luck. Why, young master, why did you have to be just a mortal? Despite her resentment, she stopped herself from mocking him outright. After all, he was still just a 5-year-old child. This must have been the biggest blow he'd ever faced in his short life. When the young master returned from Mistress Wang's chamber, his expression had been strange. A smile tugged at his lips, as though he'd completely forgotten the disaster of yesterday. But it didn't stop there. Later, loud, crazed laughter echoed from his chamber, followed by shouting. Lanu almost went in to check on him, but he had strictly instructed her not to disturb him. Then came another round of laughter, even more manic than the first. Shaking her head, she murmured to herself, "The young master's completely lost it. Poor thing." "Lanu, bring me a meal, a lot of it," the young master suddenly screamed. Lanu blinked, baffled. He had just eaten a mountain of food not long ago. Still, she quickly responded, "Yes, young master." No matter what his current status, she was still his servant. Acting outside her role would only bring her trouble. She hurried to fetch what he demanded and returned with another feast. When she stepped out of the chamber after delivering it, she could hear sounds coming from within her like a pig devouring its food without a shred of decorum. She winced. He's really lost it. Moments later, another shout came. "Lanu, more food." This time, she was certain. He's gone completely insane. Looking up at the ceiling, Lanu sighed deeply, her shoulders sagging. Why? Why is this my destiny? 9 years had passed since the infamous fall of the young master. Now 14 years old, Lan Hengsheng was seated in his chamber, surrounded by 3 new servants arranging a feast that could feed 10 men. It had been this way ever since he created his first system. Consuming absurd amounts of food daily had become his norm, a habit that no longer raised too many eyebrows in the cultivation world. After all, strange physiques, curses, or bizarre techniques often demanded similarly outrageous conditions. In Hengsheng's case, however, his overindulgence was attributed to a strange disease diagnosed by the clan doctor. His mother, Wang Liangxiu, had consulted the best healers to understand her son's insatiable appetite, only to receive a vague answer that further weighed on her already burdened heart. Hengsheng felt guilty for not revealing the truth about his secret system. It wasn't a matter of trust but caution. This was a cultivation world, and secrets spoken aloud could easily be unearthed by some powerful immortal using heavenly calculations. The only truly safe place for his secret was within his own mind. When the food was finally ready, Hengsheng clumsily rose from his bed. Years of overeating to stave off the draining effects of the system had taken a toll on his body. He needs to eat more than he needs to prevent hunger. The result? He now weighed a staggering 200 kilograms, a fat young master by all accounts. It's only temporary, he reassured himself. Once my cow formation is complete, this will all be fixed. Lanu, his loyal servant, hurried to help him stand and guide him to the table. The other 3 servants, though obedient, cast fleeting glances of disdain, their true feelings thinly veiled beneath forced smiles. Hengsheng caught their looks but chose to ignore them. Soon, he thought, they won't dare to look at me this way. After gesturing for the servants to leave, Hengsheng sank into his chair, savoring the privacy. With the room cleared, he opened his system panel. Ding! Mortal metal spirit cow formation processing. 0 hours and 15 seconds. A grin spread across his face. Today was the day his suffering would finally end. The process was completed faster than he anticipated, thanks to the medicinal pills. While meant to cure his strange disease, the pills had also accelerated his core formation, shaving off nearly a year of waiting. Hengsheng chuckled at the irony. If only I could get more of those pills, he mused, but the clan's resources aren't mine to waste without good reason. For the past 9 years, Hengsheng had kept a low profile, rarely leaving his chambers except for mandatory clan gatherings or ceremonies. He sought to fade from the spotlight. His father's younger brother Lan Wanu, a contender for the patriarch position, was always on the lookout for weaknesses to exploit. Staying hidden was the safest option for now. But Hengsheng hadn't wasted his isolation. He had requested books from his mother to expand his knowledge. Over the years, he devoured thousands of texts accessible to mortals. While his mother couldn't provide him with advanced cultivation techniques due to a Dao oath restricting their dissemination, he still gleaned valuable insights from loose cultivator manuals. These could take someone to the spiritual foundation realm at best to not exactly groundbreaking. Of course, Hengsheng could have created better techniques in his mind space. However, those would still be limited by his own understanding, capping their potential at the strongest spiritual foundation technique he could imagine. As he mulled over his next steps between bites of his meal, a familiar sound interrupted his thoughts. Ding! You have acquired mortal metal spirit core. Hengsheng froze, his heart pounding. It was finally here, the beginning of his path to immortality. But the moment of celebration was short-lived. A commotion erupted outside Hengsheng's chamber, of footsteps pounding in panic, muffled screams cutting through the air. Such chaos was unheard of within the Lan Clan residence. Hengsheng frowned, his instincts sharpening. He rushed to the door and flung it open, spotting Lanu staring up at the sky with terror etched across her face. Lanu, what's happening? Are we under attack? Lanu seemed to snap back to reality, her eyes wide with horror as she turned to him. Young master, please, run away. Someone is breaking through cultivation realms within your household grounds. A heavenly tribulation is coming. Hengsheng's heart sank. His confusion quickly gave way to anger. Normally, anyone attempting a breakthrough would go far away from populated areas to avoid collateral damage. Yet here was someone daring to do it within the Lan Clan residence, endangering everything including Hengsheng's chamber. He looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing as the ominous gathering of dark clouds churned above. Sparks of lightning snaked through the clouds like thunder dragons, heralding the arrival of heavenly tribulation. The heavenly phenomenon, invoked when a cultivator tried to ascend a cultivation realm, punished acts against heaven's will, be it demonic cultivation or breaking through limits forbidden by the natural order. The lightning roiled, and as Hengsheng stared, it seemed to focus on him, crackling with an unnatural fury. From across the estate, clan experts soared into the sky, their robes billowing in the storm's violent winds. Among them, Hengsheng spotted his mother, Wang Liangxiu. Her worried gaze locked onto him, filled with unanswered questions and rising dread. Then, a voice bellowed from above, cutting through the storm like a blade. Lan Hengsheng, what have you done to invoke heavenly Dao's punishment? Hengsheng looked up, recognizing the speaker of a Grand Unity Realm elder loyal to his uncle. The accusation made Hengsheng's blood boil. What? He shouted back, his voice trembling with disbelief. I didn't do anything. But realization struck like a hammer. His spirit core. His face paled as he pieced it together. The system he had created to form his spirit core, though technically within the bounds of the cultivation world, likely defied heaven's natural order. He used methods beyond the rules of heaven to become a cultivator. A mortal wasn't meant to cultivate without heaven's permission. His thoughts were interrupted by a blinding flash of light. Crack, boom. The first bolt of heavenly lightning descended, slamming into the protective treasure his mother had given him. The shield flickered under the immense force, but it shattered with a deafening crack, leaving Hengsheng exposed. The lightning struck him directly, searing his body and leaving his skin scorched. Agonizing pain coursed through him as his body convulsed. He was alive but barely. Heavenly tribulation, though merciless, often granted survivors a sliver of hope. If it had been a killing strike, he would have been reduced to ashes. Through the haze of pain, Hengsheng glimpsed his mother, tears streaming down her face as she stood helplessly in the sky. Interfering with heavenly tribulation was forbidden, and doing so would only worsen the punishment. Her heart was breaking, convinced she was witnessing the death of her only son. Hengsheng clenched his fists, his mind racing even as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. He couldn't die here, not like this. Closing his eyes, he steeled himself and began to focus on the mind space he intended to create a new system. The second bolt of lightning was already gathering above, crackling with an even greater intensity. As the lightning descended, Hengsheng's eyes snapped open, blazing with determination. Ding! Heavenly punishment refinement activated. The system sprang to life, its purpose clear: survival. Boom! The third bolt of heavenly lightning struck Lan Hengsheng. Onlookers held their breath, but as the dust settled and the crackling energy faded, no scream followed. Silence descended like a shroud, and many assumed the worst. "He's gone." A broken bar, one elder murmured. Wang Liangxiu, Hengsheng's mother, could bear it no longer. She closed her tear-filled eyes, unable to face the sight of her son's charred corpse. Her anguished scream tore through the heavens, shaking even the most hardened hearts. But before anyone could turn away, an elder suddenly cried out, his voice trembling with disbelief. "What is that?" Everyone turned their attention back to where Hengsheng had stood moments ago. There, amidst the scorched ground and the dissipating smoke, a lone figure sat cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. It was Lan Hengsheng. His body was burnt, thin from drastic weight loss, and battered beyond recognition, yet he was alive. The gathered experts exchanged bewildered looks. How could a mortal survive the wrath of heavenly tribulation? And then, the fourth bolt struck. Boom! Karakum. Hengsheng gritted his teeth, as pain coursed through his body, sharper and more relentless than before. The system he had created worked tirelessly to refine the heavenly lightning, converting its destructive energy into temporary energy reserves to boost his lightning resistance and heal his injuries. The cost, however, was severe. His body burned through its fat reserves to start fueling the process. The fifth strike followed immediately. Boom! Karakum. Then the sixth. Boom! Karakum. The sky roared with fury, each strike stronger than the last. The gathered experts of the Lan Clan watched in stunned silence, their disbelief growing with each successive bolt. It was unheard of for a mortal to endure even a single strike of heavenly tribulation, let alone survive 7. And then, the 8th strike descended. Zzz crack. Boom! Hengsheng, his eyes tightly shut and his body racked with searing pain, spat blood as the strike hit him squarely. The system worked desperately to refine the energy, pushing his endurance to its absolute limit. He knew the 9th and final bolt of the strongest of the Miller was still to come. The storm above shifted, its dark blue hue deepening to a menacing purple. The final bolt began to gather, its power rippling across the heavens. Purple lightning coiled like a celestial serpent, growing in intensity as it prepared to descend. Hengsheng opened his eyes briefly, his face pale but resolute. The sight of the looming lightning made his heart race, but he focused, channeling every last ounce of refined energy into his lightning resistance. Crack! Boom! Zzz crack! The mighty purple lightning struck with unparalleled force, obliterating the ground beneath Hengsheng. The impact left a massive crater, the earth scorched and cracked. Hengsheng lay motionless, his body covered in burns and wounds, seemingly lifeless. The dark clouds began to dissipate, and the sky cleared, bathed in a soft golden light. Heavenly tribulation had ended, and as its final act, it rewarded Hengsheng for enduring its wrath. The golden light surrounded him, healing his injuries, rejuvenating his battered body, and slightly enhancing his spirit core. Hengsheng's eyes fluttered open. His body felt foreign yet powerful, lean and muscular, the remnants of his fat reserves completely burned away. Lightning energy coursed through his veins, leaving a lingering discomfort but also a newfound strength. Sheng'er. His mother descended from the sky, rushing to his side and enveloping him in a tight hug. Her tears flowed freely as she clung to him, her relief overwhelming. Hengsheng returned her embrace, his voice hoarse but steady. "I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't know it would turn out like this." He surveyed the destruction around him. His once luxurious chamber lay in ruins, reduced to rubble by the tribulation's collateral damage. Nearby, he spotted Lan, his loyal servant, lying among the debris. Thankfully, she appeared only lightly injured, having been flung aside by the first strike. Then, A powerful voice echoed across the estate, carrying authority and gravity. Lan Hengsheng, come to the clan hall. Hengsheng recognized the voice instantly. It was his grandfather, the patriarch of the Lan Clan. Hengsheng walked alongside his mother, escorted by servants, to the Grand Lan Clan hall. This time, he was truly in trouble. He hadn't anticipated that creating a spirit core would trigger the wrath of the heavenly Tao. As he walked, he made a mental note. I need to create a system that will help me hide from the heavens A's in the future. The clan hall, located at the heart of the Lan clan's residential area, was not far from Hengsheng's chamber. It was a grand structure, serving as the seat of the patriarch, Lan Tanyuan, the flowering bloom sword saint, and the venue for ceremonies and elder conferences. Soon, Hengsheng stood before the towering doors of the hall. The servants bowed deeply, opening the heavy wooden doors. Inside, the vast space exuded authority and tradition. Elders from both sides of the clan were seated on either side of the hall, their expressions unreadable. At the far end, on a golden throne adorned with intricate carvings of blooming flowers and swords, sat Patriarch Lan Tanyuan. Despite being more than 30,000 years old, he appeared youthful, his aura calm yet commanding. An empty seat awaited Hengsheng in the center of the hall. He instantly recognized it. It was meant for him. His mother broke away to join the female elders on the right side of the hall, exchanging nods with a few familiar faces. Hengsheng, suppressing his nerves, walked forward, stopping in front of the patriarch. Bowing deeply, he greeted, "Patriarch." With a nod of acknowledgement, the patriarch gestured for him to sit. Hengsheng took his place, acutely aware of the piercing gazes of the elders on both sides. The elders exchanged glances, nodding slightly, though not a single word was spoken. Hengsheng immediately realized they were using divine sense to communicate a method far beyond his mortal abilities. If he'd a divine sense, he might have sensed the heavenly Tao's intent before the tribulation struck. Once the room settled and the weight of silence grew palpable, the patriarch's voice broke through, resonating with authority. "Lan Hengsheng, what exactly have you done to invoke the heavenly tribulation?" Hengsheng stood silently, bowing respectfully but maintaining his composure. Internally, he crafted his explanation, carefully planning his words. His silence seemed to irk the elders, particularly Elder Lan Xiang, a staunch supporter of Hengsheng's uncle, who sat close to the patriarch and closed his eyes. Lan Xiang briefly before his sharp voice pierced the hall. "The heavens do not strike without reason. Speak, boy. What demonic practice have you involved yourself in?" Hengsheng, unfazed, denied the accusation with calm resolve. "Elder Lan Xiang, I have done nothing against the heavens. My actions were rooted in exploration and self-improvement." Lan Xiang smirked, dismissing Hengsheng's words. His tone grew sharper as he turned to the other elders. "You must have practiced demonic techniques. That is the only explanation for invoking heaven's wrath. Confess now, what evil act have you done?" Several elders nodded in agreement. The logic seemed reasonable to them. Hengsheng, however, remained composed. He closed his eyes momentarily, retreating into his mind space. There, the supercomputer AI he had designed while bored processed his predicament. The answer it provided was infuriatingly simple: tell the truth. With a resigned sigh, Hengsheng opened his eyes. Telling lies to high-ranking cultivators like the patriarch and elders was futile. They would discern the truth immediately. Turning his focus to the patriarch, he ignored Elder Lan Xiang entirely. "I have not done anything forbidden, nor have I practiced any demonic art," Hengsheng declared confidently. "What I have done is exactly as I said earlier. Due to my lack of a spirit core, Lan Hengsheng refused to give up on my path to immortality. Over the last 9 years, he acted like he was telling the truth. I created the technique through persistence and creativity. This technique utilizes blood chi to form a spirit core. Today, it is complete, and I am no longer immortal." The hall fell silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. The elders exchanged incredulous looks. Creating a technique was a feat typically reserved for powerful cultivators or prodigies at the peak of their realm. To hear such a claim from a mere mortal boy was absurd. Hengsheng's mother, however, was stunned. A surge of pride filled her heart despite the shock. Lan Xiang and his allies burst into laughter, Their disdain was evident. Ha 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 ha, such nonsense. This is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. To think you'd try to spin such a ridiculous tale in front of us. Then another elder said, creating a technique. Does a mere child dare to claim such a thing? Techniques are not toys to be crafted on a whim. Hengsheng remained unbothered by their mockery. His focus stayed on the patriarch, who, though visibly shocked, bore a hint of disbelief in his gaze. Raising a hand, the patriarch silenced the elders, restoring order to the hall. What you say, is it the truth? The patriarch asked, his voice calm but firm. Yes, I would not dare to lie, Hengsheng replied steadily. The patriarch turned to the first elder seated to his right and nodded. The first elder, Lan Mingzi, reached into his space ring and retrieved an orb-shaped artifact, its surface shimmering faintly with embedded runes. If what you say is true, the patriarch continued, then you must prove it. Hengsheng nodded in understanding. He recognized the artifact too. It was the spirit core identification orb, the very tool used to test for spirit cores during talent ceremonies. Hengsheng bowed to the first elder. As a sign of respect before placing his hand on the orb, he felt a warm sensation flowing through him as the orb's chi scanned his body, reaching the newly formed spirit core within. The once translucent orb began to glow faintly, then brighter and brighter until it shone with a brilliant golden hue, streaks of lightning crackling within its core. Gasps filled the hall as the elders leaned forward in disbelief, their shock evident. Even Lan Hengsheng, who had been mocking Hengsheng moments before, was rendered speechless. Hengsheng withdrew his hand and stood tall. His voice, steady and composed, echoed through the silent hall. This is the fruit of my labor. I do not ask for your belief, only your acknowledgement of what is now undeniable. Hengsheng smirked, satisfaction bubbling within him as he observed the stunned reactions of the elders who had mocked him moments earlier. The once smug elder Lan Hengsheng now sat slack-jawed, his earlier accusations forgotten. Hengsheng couldn't help but think, no wonder those Chinese protagonists in novels enjoy this face-slapping business. It feels incredible. The patriarch gestured for Hengsheng to sit, snapping him out of his self-satisfaction. Composing himself, Hengsheng took his seat, but his eyes continued to scan the room. The elders' reactions ranged from awe to begrudging respect. His uncle, Lan Wanahu, sitting among them, had opened his eyes, his expression dark and unreadable. His clenched jaw betrayed his frustration as he compared his own son to Hengsheng. If this technique was genuine, it could elevate Hengsheng's status within the clan, overshadowing his rivals. Lan Wu, Lan Wanu's underling, a staunch rival of Hengsheng's father, stood abruptly and voiced his dissent. This boy has already provoked the wrath of the heavens once. His so-called technique could bring calamity upon us all. A ripple of murmurs filled the hall, but most ignored Wang Shu's outburst, glancing at him with thinly veiled disdain. The potential benefits of Hengsheng's technique far outweighed vague fears of heavenly wrath. Besides, many believed Wang Shu was simply grasping at straws to discredit Hengsheng. The patriarch, now fully recovered from his initial shock, raised his hand. A wave of qi radiated throughout the clan hall, silencing the dissenters. His voice carried a tone of authority, tinged with a hint of enthusiasm. Lan Hengsheng, your actions, though unconventional, have yielded remarkable results. He paused to think for a second before he continued. However, the technique you've created must remain within the clan. You are forbidden to share it without the council's explicit approval. The weight of the patriarch's words was clearer. This was not merely a suggestion but a decree. Hengsheng understood immediately. Even his mother was not to know the full details of his so-called technique. The patriarch's voice softened slightly, though his gaze remained sharp. As of now, I declare Lan Hengsheng to be included as a core disciple of the Lan Clan. The hall buzzed with energy at the announcement. To be made a core disciple was a rare honor, one that symbolized the clan's acknowledgement of Hengsheng's potential. The patriarch continued, his tone firm. Hengsheng, you are dismissed. Proceed to the library hall immediately. The first elder will escort you. Turning to the remaining elders, he added, the rest of you stay. We have matters to discuss. Hengsheng stood, bowing deeply to the patriarch and the assembled elders. He turned and walked out of the hall, his steps steady despite the excitement surging within him. The first elder, Lan Mingzi, followed close behind, his expression inscrutable. As Hengsheng exited, he couldn't resist a final glance at the elders. The mix of envy, curiosity, and reluctant admiration on their faces filled him with a quiet sense of triumph. "Let's see who dares to call me immortal now," Hengsheng thought, smirking as he stepped into the sunlight outside the hall. Hengsheng walked toward the library hall, located on the north side of the Lan Clan's land. Leading the way was the first elder, a silent yet imposing figure whose cultivation radiated an air of authority. As they approached the towering structure, the elder finally broke his silence. "The patriarch has decreed that you will write a detailed book on your technique here. You are not permitted to leave until it is complete." Hengsheng nodded, fully aware of the significance of this task. A technique like his, even if limited to low-level cultivators, was a valuable addition to the clan's foundation. It wasn't a matter of choice. The elders had decided it was too important to be left undocumented. The first elder continued, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. "There will, of course, be a reward. You are granted the right to borrow any book from the first floor of the library hall. Furthermore, once your technique is proven authentic and effective, you will be given access to the rest of the library, excluding the top 3 floors. Those are reserved for only the highest-ranking members of the clan." Excitement bubbled up in Hengsheng despite the elder's monotone delivery. Access to the clan's library had always been tightly restricted. Knowledge was power in this world, even more so than on Earth. To monopolize advanced techniques and cultivation methods was to control life and death itself. Hengsheng had long been curious about what lay within the library's walls. Now, he had a chance to find out. As they reached the towering library hall, Hengsheng marveled at its grandeur. The structure stood over 30 meters tall, its surface etched with ancient runes that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. This was his first time up close, having only glimpsed it from afar before. The massive doors creaked open, revealing the figure of the elder librarian, who stepped out to greet them. The librarian's gaze flicked between the first elder and Hengsheng, surprise flashing briefly in his eyes before he offered a respectful bow. "First elder, I leave him in your care," the first elder said curtly, turning on his heel and walking away without another word. The librarian gestured for Hengsheng to follow him inside. The cool air within the hall carried the faint scent of parchment and ink, and the towering shelves lined with books seemed to stretch endlessly upward. Hengsheng followed the librarian through a winding path, eventually arriving at a secluded chamber. The room was sparse, containing only a table and chair in the center. The librarian gestured toward the space. "You will remain here until your work is finished. A servant will bring you the necessary tools shortly." Without further explanation, the librarian turned and left, leaving Hengsheng alone in the quiet room. Hengsheng, now left alone, felt a wave of relief wash over him. His immediate task was clear: finish the work here, and he could finally focus on preparing for cultivation. He knew he was far behind the other children in the clan. While they had been nurtured with natural treasures to enhance their mortal bodies to their peak and ready to form the spirit body right away, Hengsheng had subsisted on ordinary food for years, leaving him with immense impurities. Still, he wasn't worried. He had already designed a system to purge the impurities from his body. But even that wouldn't be enough. To forge his mortal body to its limits, he would need natural treasures for their energy and essence. He hoped the clan would support him after this, especially now that he was no longer a mere mortal. Over the past 9 years, Hengsheng had tested his system and mind space daily, pushing their capabilities to their limits. Through this relentless experimentation, he had come to understand the essence of their function. The system didn't create something out of nothing. Their true power lay in their ability to skip the process. He didn't need to understand every intricate method as long as he had a general idea of what was possible and enough energy to sustain it within his body. He could create a working system. Naturally, the more he understood, the more potent the system would become. Now, however, he faced a daunting challenge: transforming his spirit core creation system into a usable technique. He had never anticipated having to formalize it this way. As he waited for the servant to bring paper and ink, Hengsheng closed his eyes and entered his mind space. The familiar landscape was wiped clean as he reset everything to a blank, endless white void. He didn't want any distractions. Then, He sped up the flow of time within his mind space, making the world outside seem to slow to a crawl, creating an environment where he could think deeply and carefully without the pressure of the real world's clock. Crafting the technique wouldn't be as simple as making a wish. Even though he could design something functional within the mind space, it might not work in the real world due to differences in natural laws. Altering the mind space's laws to match reality wasn't feasible either. He lacked the deep understanding of the Tao laws that governed the cultivation world. His best option was to analyze the data from his spirit cow formation experiments, translate the process into text, and simulate it within the mind space. This method would yield the closest approximation to a viable technique without risking another confrontation with the heavenly Tao. Hengsheng immediately began his work. He wished for a supercomputer with an AI trillions of times more powerful than anything Earth had known. Next, he wished to convert his system's core creation processes into analyzable data and fed it into the computer for simulation. Moments later, the supercomputer produced millions of technique examples. Hengsheng began reviewing them one by one. As he examined the first technique, he was stunned. It started with a method to control caloric energy or blood qi, as it was known in the cultivation world, through specific movements and cycles within the body. Gradually, this process would form the spirit core while also drawing qi from the environment to aid in its creation. "It's incredible," Hengsheng murmured, unable to hide his amazement. Hengsheng considered the potential of this method, realizing it could be applied to other cultivation techniques. With his system and mind space, he might even crack existing techniques and create something far superior. Driven by this idea, he selected the top 100 most effective spirit cow formation techniques generated by the AI and wished for a group of test subjects. In an instant, 1,000,000 mortal figures appeared in his mind space. He assigned 1,000 of them to practice each of the 100 techniques and sped up the flow of time. The results came quickly. The best technique had an astounding success rate of 85%. While the second best had a significantly lower success rate of 49%. Curious, Hengsheng picked up the top-rated technique to analyze it. As he read through it, his amazement grew. This method was truly remarkably reliant on worshipping heaven and earth. Use the power of heaven and earth to gather the destiny of the mortal world, gradually transforming the mortal's fate into that of a cultivator. Though it required a minimum of 10 years to form a spirit core, its high success rate and low risk of heavenly punishment made it an ideal option. The heavens themselves seemed to grant mortals a new status through this method. "Is this even possible?" Hengsheng muttered. Did the AI pull off some nonsense again? If this technique worked in the real world, it could be classified as a Tao technique, an exceedingly rare type that harmonized with the powers of heaven and earth. He then turned to the second best technique. Unlike the first, it was intensely demanding and difficult. Most 5-year-old children wouldn't be able to endure the rigorous process, making it better suited for those starting at age 12. Even then, it required 3 years of grueling practice to form a spirit core. While fast, this method carried significant risks, including the possibility of triggering a heavenly tribulation like his own. Hengsheng pondered his options carefully. In the end, he decided to bring both techniques into the real world. He had confidence in the second method, as it was an improved version of the system-generated process he had used himself. For mortals who refused to give up on the path to immortality, this method offered a chance worth the risk. As for the best technique, its origins concerned him. Half of it was deduced by the AI, leaving him uncertain about its practicality in the real world. Yet, if it worked, it wouldn't only benefit mortals, it could also serve as a profound resource for cultivators seeking to study the Tao hidden within its structure. Just then, a servant entered the room, placing tools and supplies on the table. Hengsheng sat down, ready to begin transcribing the techniques, when another challenge struck him. "What am I going to name these?" Hengsheng closed the books, one with a white cover and the other with a black cover. He had spent an entire week meticulously copying, editing, and refining them until they became polished and ready. Both books were far thicker than most texts he had seen in the library. It couldn't be helped while books in this world relied heavily on vague spiritual explanations, these were grounded in the structured, detail-oriented methodology of modern Earth's scientific approach. He called for the servant waiting outside his door. "Fetch the elder librarian," he instructed. Not long after, the elder librarian arrived, his gaze immediately falling on the two hefty books on the table. His brows furrowed in confusion. "Why are they so thick?" With visible curiosity, he took a seat across from Hengsheng. "Lan Hengsheng," the elder began, "can you explain these books?" Hengsheng placed his palm on the white-covered book and gently slid it across the table. "This book is called the Destiny Forge Technique. It begins with an explanation of mortal destiny and the heavenly way our broken bar." He launched into a detailed overview of the book's contents, describing the concepts, methods, and step-by-step instructions within. The elder librarian flipped through the pages as Hengsheng spoke, his expression shifting between amazement and disbelief. From time to time, he glanced up at Hengsheng, as though struggling to reconcile the book's depth with the fact that it had been written by a mere mortal. 30 minutes later, Hengsheng concluded his explanation. However, the elder librarian, still engrossed, continued flipping through the book. Hengsheng waited patiently as the elder read, finally setting the book down with a look of astonishment. "Lan Hengsheng, a broken bar. Did you truly write this on your own?" "As you can see, I've been here the entire time," Hengsheng replied calmly. The elder librarian nodded, clearly impressed. "This is an excellent piece of work. I'll thoroughly review it later." "And what about the other book?" "I was told you would be writing a technique." "Why is there a second one?" Hengsheng pushed the black-covered book forward. "This book is also about spirit cow formation, but it describes a completely different method from the white one. The experience I gained from the unrefined version of this book is used to complete the Destiny Forged technique. This one, it's called the Path of Mortality Rebellion Technique. This book focuses on the indomitable spirit of mortals, using rigorous and intense training methods to forge their own fate." A broken bar. As Hengsheng spoke, he carefully watched the elder librarian's expression. The elder's face twisted into a look of uncertainty. The description made the technique sound almost torturous rather than practical. Still, he continued reading until, with a sigh, he finally closed the book. "You've done well," the elder librarian admitted. "I will thoroughly review and verify the content of both books. If they prove to be genuine, your rewards will be granted immediately." He stood, then added, "For now, you are allowed unlimited access to the entire first floor of the library. However, don't go overboard. Borrowing 100 books at once would be broken bar excessive. You may leave now." Hengsheng nodded respectfully, hiding his satisfaction as he bowed. "Thank you, Elder." Then, with a small smile tugging at his lips, he stepped out of the chamber. Hengsheng was now free to roam the library. He glanced around, contemplating where to start. "Maybe I should just read everything and store it in my mind space." "That sounds like a great idea." With that thought, he grabbed the first book he saw on the bookshelf and began flipping through it. He wasn't aiming to understand it fully at the moment, just to memorize it for later review in his mind space. The Lan Clan library had 10 floors, each focusing on a different topic. The first floor, where Hengsheng was currently allowed access, contained general knowledge and basic cultivation explanations. It housed cultivation methods and techniques for the body awakening realm, along with a handful of basic methods for the chi-gathering realm. The second floor, which he wasn't yet permitted to access, would contain advanced chi-gathering realm methods and techniques. As he flipped through the pages, Hengsheng realized he had already seen many of these books before, especially the more general ones. He suspected that the books the servants had brought him over the years had likely come from this floor. One book caught his attention, a detailed overview of the Golden Pillar continent and its power structures. Hengsheng delved into it with interest. "So, this is where Lan Clan stands." A broken bar, he mused. Since his birth, his experience of the world had been limited to Lan City, the territory owned by his clan. The outside world, teeming with danger from both people and demon beasts, was not a place he had ventured into. Most mortals lived and died in the same place, while even lower-level cultivators rarely left their territories unless absolutely necessary. Only merchants, escorted by martial artists aka mortals who practiced body awakening techniques, dared to travel. After 2 hours, Hengsheng found himself at the back section of the first floor, which housed the Lan Clan's exclusive cultivation methods and techniques for the body awakening realm. He picked up one of the books and started reading. Compared to the low-level techniques his mother had provided him in the past, this was leagues ahead. The text contained meticulous notes from past generations of the Lan Clan, refined and enhanced over time. He continued pulling books off the shelf one after another until he had read through all the clan's cultivation methods and martial arts techniques for the body awakening realm. A satisfied smile spread across his face. These books are less restricted, they're meant for those still at the threshold of cultivation. Only after breaking through to the chi-gathering realm does one truly step onto the path of cultivation. Feeling accomplished, Hengsheng grabbed a random book to take with him. He didn't want to leave empty-handed and risk drawing unnecessary questions. As he approached the young librarian, the man stamped the book to record it as borrowed. Hengsheng stepped out of the library, spotting his loyal servant Lanu waiting for him. She seemed momentarily puzzled, likely because his lean, muscular appearance was a stark contrast to his former self. He smirked. "Lanu, why are you just standing there? Shouldn't you be escorting me?" Startled, she panicked. I'm sorry, young master." Hengsheng chuckled as she hurried to follow him, his mood unusually light after his fruitful time in the library. Lan Tanyuanpof. After Lan Hengsheng stepped out of the hall, he addressed the elders who remained. "Now, you will know what to do. Swear upon your Tao paths that this incident will never leave this room and that it never happened," he commanded, his voice calm but laced with authority. Lan Tanyuan released a surge of Saint Qi, enveloping the hall with his oppressive domain. The pressure was overwhelming, and the elders' faces paled under its weight. One by one, they began to swear their Tao oaths, each vow sealing their silence on the matter. When the last elder had sworn, Tanyuan continued, his tone resolute. As for Lan Hengsheng, he had never been immortal. Everything that has happened is to protect him from becoming a target for our enemies. Do you understand? The elders nodded solemnly, their understanding clear. If Hengsheng's claims were true, their clan might be on the brink of an unprecedented rise. With that, Tanyuan gestured to dismiss the meeting. As the elders began to leave, he disappeared from the golden throne without a trace, leaving behind an empty hall. At the foot of the Qi Mountain, the forbidden area within the Lan Clan's territory, Tanyuan reappeared. This sacred mountain, located not far from the main residence, was where only the true powerhouses of the clan resided. Reserved for those who had reached the Tao threshold realm, its atmosphere was suffused with heaven and earth qi so dense that it had condensed into liquid form, creating rivers that flowed throughout the area. Tanyuan ascended the mountain steadily, the spiritual energy invigorating yet unyielding as it pressed against him. At the summit stood a solitary qi cave. Entering it, he found himself before a man who appeared middle-aged but whose true age was far beyond comprehension. Tanyuan bowed deeply with respect. "Greetings, Father." This man was the father of the current patriarch and the great-grandfather of Lan Hengsheng. The old man opened his eyes slowly, his gaze sharp yet serene. "Yuana, what brings you here?" Tanyuan straightened and spoke carefully. "This son has an incident to report." It appears that Lan Hengsheng may truly be an immortal reincarnation. The elder showed no surprise, his expression calm as if he had long expected this revelation. "It was evident from the start," he said, his tone steady. He didn't even attempt to conceal his hierarchy and qi luck. "When you reach the transcendental mortality realm, you will understand what these signs truly mean." Tanyuan hesitated for a moment before asking, "I seek your advice, Father." "What should we do with him?" The old man waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor unchanged. "There's no need to worry. He is not our enemy. Treat him as you would any other of the younger generation. If anything, this may be the opportunity we need to reclaim our standing against the Thunderclap Blade sect." Tanyuan nodded, his expression resolute. "I will follow your advice, Father." "I will see you again soon." With a deep bow, he turned and left the Qi Mountain. his steps steady as he descended back to the clan residence. Hengsheng lay on a wooden weightlifting bench, gripping the barbell he had custom-ordered from the Lan Clan crafters for his personal training. Each side of the barbell was stacked with weight plates, totaling a hefty 600 pounds. He exhaled deeply, clearing his lungs, and then inhaled sharply before lifting the barbell. His face turned red from the exertion, as he slowly lowered the barbell until it reached the optimal position. With a strained grunt, he pushed the barbell upward with all his might. "Ugh!" he screamed internally, veins bulging as he finally secured the barbell back onto its stand. This time, he had truly exhausted himself. A while later, he stood up and examined his reflection in the polished bronze mirror. His physique was lean yet muscular, resembling a Roman statue with defined lines and sculpted bulk. Satisfied with his progress, he gestured for Lanu to remove the equipment. Lanu, his personal servant, stepped forward and effortlessly picked up the heavy barbell as if it were a feather. Hengsheng watched her, his teeth gritting slightly in envy. Lanu was a spiritual Foundation realm cultivator hundreds of times stronger than him. Though she appeared youthful, she was already 200 years old. By the outside world's standards, that was considered young. However, in the Lan Clan, such a level of cultivation was unimpressive, which was why she ended up as his servant. It had been 10 months since Hengsheng had survived the lightning tribulation. After leaving the library, he dedicated most of his time to removing impurities from his body and training relentlessly. With his recycle system, he managed to repurpose his impurities, transforming them into energy for further training. During this period, Hengsheng discovered something remarkably: humans in this world were far stronger than those on Earth. After 10 months of intense training, he could easily surpass the strongest man on Earth in terms of raw physical strength. The environment, combined with the nourishing effects of consuming low-level demon beast meat and natural treasures, had fueled his progress. As a core disciple of the Lan Clan, Hengsheng now had access to an allocation of low-level natural treasures. While the supply wasn't unlimited, it was enough for his needs. With these resources, his mortal body had reached its peak and was now ready for the next crucial step, forming a spirit body. The body awakening realm was divided into 2 stages. Mortal body stage. This initial stage requires one to forge their mortal body to its physical limits. Mortal can practice this stage but cannot form a spirit body due to lack of spirit core. Spirit body stage. In this stage, a cultivator practices specific techniques and movements to sense and interact with spiritual chi, forming a spirit body. Achieving harmony between the mortal body and the spirit body would lead directly to the chi gathering realm, marking the beginning of true cultivation. The strength of the spirit body formed during this stage would influence the power of divine sense in later realms. Most cultivators didn't put much thought into their spirit bodies, as they could use advanced techniques later to enhance their divine sense. Hengsheng, however, wasn't one to follow the norm. He was determined to make the most of this foundational stage, knowing it could set him apart in the long run. Hengsheng was now ready to form his spirit body. Although he wasn't yet fully 15, it didn't matter, he was already physically mature, and his body was at its peak. He considered the process carefully. Forming the spirit body didn't require resources, but a dense chi environment would greatly accelerate it. The key lies in having an excellent technique and a stable mind state. Normally, it took about a month for someone to form their spirit body and another year to achieve harmony between the mortal and spirit body, marking the breakthrough to the chi gathering realm. The strength of the spirit body depended heavily on an individual's mental state, which made the cultivation method for this realm crucial. But Hengsheng had no intention of taking the traditional route. He had already created the perfect technique for himself, the Super Spirit Body System. Confident in his creation, he launched the system. Ding. Super Spirit Body Forming Process, 30 hours 23 minutes 59 seconds. The moment the system activated, Hengsheng felt a new sense forming within him. It began where his spirit core resided. Previously, he couldn't sense his spirit core despite knowing its location. He'd only felt a faint warmth when it first formed, but that sensation had faded until now. Closing his eyes, Hengsheng focused on the emerging sense. His consciousness drifted inward, and for the first time, he saw his spirit core. It was golden, with sparks of lightning zapping around its surface. It was a capacitor metal spirit core, a rare type of metal spirit core with the ability to store and release lightning chi instantly. This gave him a significant advantage against lightning chi cultivators. However, despite its uniqueness, its grade was still mortal grade spirit core. The edges of the core appeared cloudy. A divine grade spirit core, in comparison, would be entirely translucent, like a perfectly clear gemstone. Hengsheng frowned. He wasn't satisfied with his spirit core's current state. However, he knew that once he reached the chi-gathering realm, he could fully exploit his chi to upgrade it to a higher grade. With the system running and no other pressing tasks, Hengsheng decided to step outside for a while. He had regained his confidence as a young master and felt like the world was his for the taking. "Lanu, escort me to Lan City," he declared, brimming with enthusiasm. "Yes, young master," Lanu replied instantly, her tone professional and obedient. As she followed him out, Lan City sprawled across the eastern expanse of Lan Clan territory, a colossal metropolis whose size defied logic. Hengsheng marveled at the scale. It was comparable to the Australian continent on Earth. Yet, despite its vastness, Lan City wasn't even close to the grandeur of Golden City, ruled by the Golden Sword sect. Golden City, located at the base of Golden Peak, was an unfathomable two Earths combined in size. The sheer enormity of the cultivation world was difficult for Hengsheng to comprehend. Everything here was exaggerated to an absurd degree. Of course, traversing Lan City on foot was out of the question. Walking would take over a week. Instead, Hengsheng traveled atop Lanu's flying treasure, a sleek silver disc inscribed with glowing runes that allowed it to soar effortlessly through the sky. The trip to the city's center took only 15 minutes. As they descended, Hengsheng could see the city's organized structure. The central district housed the wealthiest families, powerful merchants, and key businesses, with well-paved stone roads and towering, ornately designed buildings. The outskirts, while still bustling with activity, were less refined, home to traders, craftspeople, and the general population. They landed in a large open plaza reserved for Lan Clan members. Guards stationed there noticed Hengsheng's attire, a black robe trimmed with golden embroidery, signifying a high-ranking clan member, and immediately paled. They bowed deeply. "Welcome, young master," one guard said nervously. Hengsheng paid them no attention, walking forward with an air of indifference. The guard's reactions were expected. It was one of the few perks of his newly acquired core disciple status. As he strolled through the central district, Hengsheng took in the sights. The city buzzed with activity. Market stalls lined the streets, offering everything from rare herbs and beast materials to exquisite silks and spiritual artifacts. The wealth and prosperity of the Lan Clan were evident in every corner, especially here in the central district. Hengsheng turned to the guard escorting him, a tall, muscular man clad in Lan Clan armor. "Is there anything interesting happening in the city today?" The guard replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord. An auction is being held by the Golden Hall. Today is the final day, and it promises to feature some of the most extraordinary items." Hengsheng's interest peaked. Auctions in cultivation worlds were often treasure troves of rare and valuable items. "Golden Hall, you say? Very well. Lead the way." The guard bowed and gestured for Hengsheng to follow him, his steps brisk as they headed toward the auction venue. The Golden Hall was located in a prominent part of the central district, its grand structure adorned with golden carvings and shimmering talismans that exuded an aura of wealth and prestige. As they approached, Hengsheng's lips curled into a smirk. If luck favored him, he might find something like an auction fight show. Hengsheng stepped into the Golden Hall, one of the largest and most opulent buildings in the city. Owned by the Golden Sword sect, it exuded an aura of prestige befitting the continent's overlord. Its grand design and intricate golden carvings were clearly intended to showcase the sect's dignity and dominance. Not long after Hengsheng entered, a staff member noticed his robe, a clear indicator of his status as a Lan Clan core disciple, and hurried over to greet him with a polite bow. "Young master, please allow me to guide you to the VIP room," the staff member said. Hengsheng nodded indifferently and followed. The VIP room was a private and luxurious space designed for high-status guests. After ensuring Hengsheng was comfortable, the staff informed him that the auction would begin in an hour and excused themselves. In truth, Hengsheng wasn't particularly interested in the auction. He had only come to pass the time and break free from his monotonous routine. He hadn't even brought many spirit stones with him, so he didn't plan on bidding. What he really hoped for was some entertainment or perhaps a lively exchange of verbal sparring among bidders, turning the auction into a spectacle akin to a strategic game of chess. As he lounged in the VIP room, Hengsheng couldn't help but lament the lack of creativity in this world's culture. Entertainment here was stagnant, with games and pastimes that had remained unchanged for millennia. "This world is so backward," he muttered to himself. Hengsheng promised that once he had enough power and influence, he would transform this dull culture into something vibrant and exciting, introducing innovations that rivaled those on Earth. While waiting for the auction to start, Hengsheng closed his eyes and entered his mind space. There, in the endless expanse of white, he began working on his latest project. With the knowledge he had recently gained about the Qi gathering realm from the library, Hengsheng realized that once he entered that stage, he would have access to a near unlimited source of energy by continuously absorbing spiritual Qi from the environment. Unlike now, where his energy was limited and drained quickly, Qi-gathering cultivators could maintain a steady flow of energy, allowing for more proper systems, not just piece by piece as he did now. However, efficiency would still be key. Wasting energy could slow his cultivation progress. To address this, Hengsheng conceived a new system, the Devourer system. Its purpose would be to enhance his Qi recovery rate by absorbing Qi from the environment and other sources at an accelerated pace. This system would form the foundation for his later techniques, ensuring he rarely ran out of energy while maintaining efficiency. "I just need to make sure it doesn't overburden me," Hengsheng thought as he refined the concept in his mind space. He remembered a historical account of a demonic cultivator who had created a technique that absorbed Qi from living beings, including mortals. The demonic cultivator's method had left billions dead in his wake, resulting in an overwhelming accumulation of karmic sin that ultimately barred him from ascending to immortality. If someone could create such a technique, why can't I design something similar, but better and without moral pitfalls? Hengsheng smirked at the thought. His system wouldn't rely on harming others, but it would still allow him to draw power efficiently. Confident in his idea, he began laying the groundwork, sketching out the framework for the Devourer system in his mind space. The hour passed quickly as Hengsheng worked, and he opened his eyes just as a staff member returned to inform him that the auction was about to begin. "Let's see if there will be any fun," he said with a faint smirk, standing and preparing to make his way to the auction hall. Hengsheng followed the staff member through the luxurious halls of the Golden Hall, eventually arriving at the VIP section of the auction hall. The room was vast, with an extravagant design featuring gold-lined pillars and intricate carvings of mythical beasts. Rows of plush seats were arranged in tiers, ensuring that even those seated farthest back could see the central stage clearly. Hengsheng took a seat on the outer edge of the front row in the VIP section, his gaze scanning the attendees. Most of them were cultivators, their auras faintly radiating power, a stark contrast to the lack of mortal presence. The Golden Hall wasn't a place for ordinary mortals to conduct business. It was where cultivators came to bid on treasures, artifacts, and rare resources. Moments later, a staff member walked onto the stage, his presence sharp and professional. With a polite smile, he addressed the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Golden Hall's grand auction. Today's items include rare cultivation treasures, high-grade materials, and unique techniques that may aid you on your path to immortality. Let us begin." The crowd settled, their attention focused on the stage as the first item was unveiled, a transparent crystal orb glowing faintly with golden light. "Our first item is the Golden Vein Spirit Stone, a rare mineral imbued with pure metal Qi. It is an excellent resource for metal Qi cultivators, especially those in the Qi gathering and spiritual foundation realms. The starting bid is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." Immediately, The room buzzed with activity as cultivators began placing bids. 55,000 spirit stones, 60,000 spirit stones, 65,000. Hengsheng watched the exchange with mild interest. While the golden vein spirit stone was valuable, it wasn't particularly exciting to him. He leaned back in his seat, observing the dynamics of the bidders. Most were lower-level cultivators, likely trying to secure resources to accelerate their breakthroughs. The bidding war continued for a while before concluding at 120,000 spirit stones. The winner, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, accepted his prize with a satisfied smile. The staff member clapped his hands, signaling the next item. This time, a jade scroll was brought onto the stage, its surface glowing with faint runes. This is the Steel Tempest Sword Technique, a rare heaven-grade sword technique that emphasizes speed and precision. It's highly compatible with metal chi cultivators. The starting bid is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Excited murmurs filled the hall. Heaven-grade techniques were not something commonly available, even in a place like the Golden Hall. 120,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 150,000. 180,000. The bidding quickly escalated, with several cultivators competing fiercely. Hengsheng smirked. This was the kind of entertainment he had come to see. Watching cultivators vie for supremacy over treasures and techniques amused him, especially when their pride and egos got involved. The scroll was eventually sold for a staggering 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones to an elder from a smaller sect. Hengsheng noted the elder's pleased expression and chuckled to himself. The auction continued, with various items presented one after another: mystic herbs, beast cores, and even a few low-grade spirit artifacts. While each item drew excitement from the crowd, Hengsheng also joined a bidding fight once for the mortal-grade metal-type spirit beast egg. He couldn't leave with the empty hand that would make people look down on his clan. Finally, the staff member on stage clapped his hands again, and the room fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, our final item for today's auction is a true treasure. Behold the skybound lotus, a rare heaven-grade herb capable of enhancing cultivation speed and purifying one's spiritual core. This herb is especially effective for those on the verge of breaking through major realms. The starting bid is 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The atmosphere in the hall shifted instantly. The skybound lotus was an extraordinary treasure, and the bidding reflected its value. 1,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 2,200,000. The bids climbed rapidly, with powerful cultivators joining the fray. Hengsheng leaned forward slightly, curious to see who would emerge victorious. The bidding war grew intense, with voices overlapping and a faint tension filling the air. 5 million. A young woman in a luxurious robe called out, her tone firm and commanding. 6 million. A burly man countered, his voice booming across the hall. The price continued to soar until it reached an astounding 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. At that point, most of the bidders had dropped out, leaving only two competitors: a regal-looking elder and a middle-aged man with a sly grin. 15 million spirit stones, the elder declared confidently. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before sighing and shaking his head. With no further bids, the elder claimed the skybound lotus, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. With the auction concluded, the staff thanked the attendees and began facilitating the distribution of items to the winners. Hengsheng, having enough fun from bidding, rose from his seat, stretching slightly. Well, that was entertaining enough, he muttered to himself as he exited the hall, already thinking about his next plan. Hengsheng, now a top Lanu's flying treasure, returned from Lan City with a golden-colored, basketball-sized oval egg resting on his lap. The egg was engraved with intricate chi runes, exuding a faint metallic aura. This was the mortal-grade metal-type spirit beast egg he had won at the auction for 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a price that wasn't exactly cheap but still reasonable for its potential value. He studied the egg closely, feeling a twinge of excitement. When it hatched, the egg would give birth to a random spirit beast companion. Unlike demon beasts, which were essentially wild animals that absorbed spiritual chi and cultivated to gain strength, Spirit beasts were a different entity altogether. They were more akin to spirit treasures than living beings. Spirit beasts were born directly from environments with extremely high concentrations of spiritual qi. Their initial form was an egg, and only by nurturing it with a cultivator's qi could they hatch and form a lifelong soul bond with their master. Once bonded, spirit beasts were fiercely loyal and their strength grew in tandem with their master. Even in the unfortunate event of death, a spirit beast could be resurrected with sufficient resources, provided its master was still alive. However, there was a significant downside. Raising a spirit beast was resource-intensive and often required specific environmental conditions to refine and enhance its power. Despite these challenges, the benefits of a spirit beast companion far outweighed the costs. Hengsheng recalled from his studies that spirit beasts left unclaimed by cultivators could continue absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth until they hatched naturally. Such independent spirit beasts, after millions of years of cultivation, often evolved into the ancestors of powerful demon beast clans like dragons, phoenixes, and other mythical creatures. However, this natural process until it hatched, was exceedingly slow and rare in the modern era due to the scarcity of untouched high qi environments. He also remembered hearing about a distant continent in this realm where spirit beast cultivation was the primary focus, unlike the Golden Pillar continent, where swordsmanship and blade cultivation reigned supreme. In a way, this is just like Pokemon, Hengsheng thought with a smirk. He'd wanted a spirit beast companion for a while now, but they were rare and expensive on the Golden Pillar continent. Even a mortal-grade spirit beast egg like this one was a significant investment. Still, he felt confident. Once I figure out how to abuse my system's power, raising it should be easy enough. For now, though, the egg would remain dormant. It required a steady supply of spiritual qi to hatch, something Hengsheng couldn't provide until he entered the qi-gathering realm. After inspecting it one last time, he stored the egg carefully in his space pouch. Looking down from the flying treasure as they approached the Lan Clan residence, Hengsheng took in the sprawling layout of the clan grounds. From above, it looked more like a small city than a single estate. Then, something on the training ground below caught his attention. "Lanu, land over there," he instructed, pointing toward the bustling training grounds. Lanu nodded, skillfully directing the treasure to descend. As they landed, Hengsheng stepped off, his eyes fixed on the commotion below. Something or people had piqued his interest. As Hengsheng landed, people began to notice him. Most of the individuals present were part of the Lan Clan's younger generation, future seeds of the family. However, what truly caught Hengsheng's attention was a particular young man, Lan Hengsheng. With short black hair and a height that made him stand out, Hengsheng was the grandson of the third elder. Once upon a time, Hengsheng had called Hengsheng Big Brother, only to stab him in the back when it was revealed that Hengsheng was immortal. Hengsheng never forgot a grudge. A mischievous smile curled on Hengsheng's lips as he focused on his target. Hengsheng noticed and immediately paled, yelling in desperation, "Lan Hengsheng, don't push me too much. I'll fight back if I have to." Hengsheng smirked, his tone oozing mockery. "What are you talking about, my dear young brother? Aren't we close? Why not spar with me before I return to my cultivation session?" Hengsheng's voice cracked with fear as he pleaded, "Please, I beg you. I was wrong, just let me go." But Hengsheng wasn't listening. He leapt into the air, his fist aimed squarely at Hengsheng's face. Bang! Hengsheng was sent flying, crashing into the ground a few meters away. The rest of his group turned pale and immediately began begging for mercy. "Big brother, we were wrong. Please forgive us." Before the one who spoke could finish, bang! He followed Hengsheng into the dirt, knocked out cold. The remaining members of the group realized Hengsheng wasn't going to stop. Panic turned to anger as they started shouting, "You monster! Why couldn't you just stay immortal? Show some mercy. We're just kids." "What's wrong with you?" Finally, one of them yelled, "Everyone, gang up on him. Take him down." A group of 10 dashed toward Hengsheng all at once. Hengsheng smirked, his movements swift and precise. He dodged their attacks effortlessly, countering each one with just enough force to send them sprawling. Within moments, the entire group was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Dusting his palms, Hengsheng glanced at the fallen group. Beating Beixing and his cronies had become something of a hobby since reclaiming his status as a clan prodigy. After news spread that Hengsheng wasn't immortal, the clan elders had spun the tale that his mortal status was just a ploy to divert enemy attention. Yet, these idiots had decided to test the waters and challenge him. Their failure had been spectacular. Just look at them, Hengsheng thought with satisfaction as he strolled past the fallen group. His intimidating aura made others watching the scene shrink back in fear. When he noticed a trembling girl, he couldn't resist scaring her. "Grr!" he shouted suddenly. "Ugh!" the girl screamed, falling to the ground in fright. Not everyone, however, was willing to tolerate Hengsheng's antics. "Lan Hengsheng!" a voice rang out, firm and sharp. "Stop that right now. This is the Lan Clan training ground, not a place for lowly bullies like you." Hengsheng turned to see Lan Xiaorong, a core disciple of the clan. The young man, older than most of the group, had long black hair and a wooden sword strapped to his back. At 16 years old, Xiaorong had already reached the middle stage of the Qi-gathering realm, but Hengsheng is not afraid of Lan Xiaorong even though he has a higher cultivation realm because the power range from body awakening and Qi-gathering is not wide enough to overwhelming him. "Brother Xiaorong, teach him a lesson. Make him pay." The crowd's murmurs only bolstered Xiaorong's resolve. He pointed at Hengsheng, his expression stern. "Lan Hengsheng, bow and apologize for your actions, or I will make you." Hengsheng smirked, unfazed. "Why should I? We were just playing." "Can you blame me if they're too weak to keep up?" Xiaorong's face turned red with anger. "Fine. You've chosen this path yourself. Don't blame me for what happens next." With that, Xiaorong dashed forward, his wooden sword glowing faintly with green wind qi. His movements were swift, enhanced by a qi technique. Hengsheng, however, stood his ground. As Xiaorong's sword swung toward him, Hengsheng's ultimate fighting system activated, guiding his movements with pinpoint precision. He dodged Xiaorong's strike effortlessly, giving him a slight shove that threw Xiaorong off balance. Before Xiaorong could recover, Hengsheng's foot connected with his face. Bang! Xiaorong flew backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The crowd gasped in shock at his humiliating defeat. Hengsheng smirked, turning his gaze toward the onlookers who had started to flee. "Who dares run from me? If I catch you, you'll wish you were never born." Some froze in their tracks, unsure of what to do. Others ignored him, bolting as fast as they could. Hengsheng memorized the faces of those who dared disobey, filing them away in his mental space for later. He then turned to the remaining crowd, his voice loud and commanding. "Now, who's the big brother?" Hengsheng sat on the cultivation mat, closing his eyes as he focused on controlling his spirit body. But what exactly is a spirit body? Normally, humans have 5 senses: taste, hearing, sight, smell, and touch. To cultivate, however, humans need an additional sense: the ability to perceive spiritual qi. This is achieved by creating a new sense through resonance between a powerful mortal body and the spirit core. Using body cultivation techniques and sheer willpower, the spirit core within a person gradually expands its spiritual aspect throughout the body. During this process, one begins to feel a new sense, a spirit body that allows them to perceive and control their inner qi. When this spiritual aspect fully encompasses the body, the spirit body is complete. At this stage, the spirit body is not confined within but can also extend outward, enabling the cultivator to sense and manipulate the qi in their environment. The strength of the spirit body is determined by 2 factors: the distance it can extend from the body and the willpower it carries. For the average cultivator, the spirit body can extend about 1 meter. However, ancient clans and sects with superior techniques can extend it up to 5 meters. Hengsheng, of course, was not following these standards. His super spirit body system had given him a far superior advantage. Not only could his spirit body extend up to 10 meters with incredible willpower, but it also had an additional feature: the ability to divide and multitask. While this might seem minor at higher cultivation levels, it was an overwhelming advantage at lower stages. Most cultivators could cast only 1 spell or technique at a time, but Hengsheng could manage 2 or even more. Currently, Hengsheng is testing his spirit body's multitasking abilities. He divided it into 2, using one part to read one book and the other to read another simultaneously. After a short while, he felt a headache creeping in from the mental overload. Deciding not to push too far, he recalled his spirit body, which instantly disappeared and returned to his core. Hengsheng opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. A day had passed since he completed forming his spirit body. He was thoroughly satisfied with the system's results. Now, it was time to think about the next step, breaking through to the Qi-gathering realm. To achieve this, he needed to harmonize his mortal body with his spirit body, stabilizing his new sense and becoming fully accustomed to it. This harmony was akin to gaining a new limb, mastering its use and control. Only then could he draw in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into his core, refining it into his own spiritual qi. Closing his eyes again, Hengsheng entered his mind space. Both his mortal and spirit bodies are completely his own, so there would be no close to doing this. The next moment, he made a wish to achieve harmony with his spirit body. The result was instantaneous. When Hengsheng opened his eyes, he felt his surroundings in a way he never had before. Even without releasing his spirit body, he could sense and control qi from both outside and inside his body. This was harmony, a seamless connection between his mortal body and spirit body. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The hardest part was now complete. All that remained was to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and officially step into the qi-gathering realm. Hengsheng did not rush. Rising from his seat, he stepped out of his chamber, where Lanu quickly bowed in greeting. He nodded and said, "Escort me to the library." Without hesitation, Lanu followed his order, walking a few paces behind him. As Hengsheng walked, he looked around at the serene landscape of the Lan Clan's territory. The peacefulness was almost unsettling. In the 10 years he had spent here, he had expected the clan to either be attacked or launch an attack on their rival. So it was, after all, the nature of the cultivation world. Yet, the clan remained oddly silent. Before long, they arrived at the library. At the front door, a group of young disciples was chatting animatedly, but the moment they noticed Hengsheng approaching, their faces turned pale. They quickly stopped their conversation and tried to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible, stepping aside to clear his path. Hengsheng smirked. His plan to solidify his position as the feared big brother of the clan's younger generation was working splendidly. Without sparing them another glance, he instructed Lanu to wait at the entrance before stepping inside. Hengsheng headed straight for the stairs leading to the second floor. At the base of the staircase, he pulled out the Lan Clan core disciple seal from his space pouch and held it forward. Instantly, a faint yellow barrier became visible. The seal allowed him to pass through the barrier without resistance. As a core disciple, Hengsheng was granted unrestricted access to the second floor, provided he had reached the Qi-gathering realm. When he advanced to the spiritual foundation realm, he would gain the same privilege for the third floor. Step by step, Hengsheng ascended the stairs. When he reached the final step and stepped onto the second floor, he paused, a frown crossing his face. "This floor? It's bigger than the first floor?" he muttered to himself. It didn't make sense at first. The library was a physical structure. How could the second floor be so much larger than the first? Then, he recalled something he had read long ago: space expansion arrays. Realizing this was the answer, he felt a spark of excitement. The second floor was enormous. Scanning his surroundings, Hengsheng estimated that it was at least 10 times the size of the first floor. While the first floor had a radius of about 20 meters, this one spanned a jaw-dropping 200 meters. "The power of arrays," Hengsheng murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. When he was mortal, he had never had the opportunity to learn about the intricacies of cultivation tools and techniques like other young generations. Many things, like arrays, were just abstract concepts he had read about in books. Now, standing within one, he finally understood the awe they inspired. His curiosity was piqued. While his purpose today was to study Qi-gathering realm techniques, he made a mental note to explore arrays further in the future. Hengsheng walked toward the cultivation method section. Along the way, he noticed other disciples flipping through books in front of the bookshelves, their faces serious and focused. None of them seemed to realize he was nearby. They were young like him, but slightly older, around the same age as Lan Hengsheng. At first, Hengsheng considered intimidating these oblivious disciples or reminding them of his presence as the infamous Big Brother. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. This was a library, not a training ground, and his antics wouldn't go unnoticed by the elders monitoring the area. Soon, he arrived at the Advanced Qi Gathering Realm Cultivation Methods section. He picked the first book on the shelf, flipping through its pages to compare it with the basic methods he had studied on the first floor. After skimming through it, Hengsheng closed the book and returned it to the shelf. Reflecting on what he had read, he noticed a stark difference. The basic methods found on the first floor were little more than guides to help cultivators advance, but they were far from optimized. A cultivator who relied on these methods would only achieve a twofold increase in strength upon reaching the peak stage of the Qi Gathering Realm, a pitiful result compared to the advanced techniques. The advanced methods included key practices like Qi purification, which refined the quality of spiritual Qi, and the meridian opening method, which expanded the number of open meridians to 128 compared to the 64 offered by the basic techniques. Hengsheng nodded to himself, realizing the importance of being cautious. If he rushed to launch a system based on basic cultivation methods, its effectiveness would be mediocre at best or comparable only to the advanced techniques available here. That wasn't enough for Hengsheng. He wasn't interested in being gooder, he wanted to be the strongest and achieve immortality. With renewed determination, he set his goal, to finish studying every book in this section, including martial techniques and Qi techniques. It would take time, but Hengsheng believed the effort would be worth it. If he were going to build a system, it wouldn't just be effective, it would be unparalleled. Hengsheng looked around the second floor one more time. He was thinking about how many books he had to go through. Well, it will take some time for this. Hengsheng stepped out of the library after spending an entire month absorbing all the knowledge from the second floor. He had scanned a staggering 500,000 books into his mind space. To his surprise, the library's contents extended beyond cultivation technique, so it included a wealth of information on various subjects. The first floor topics went deeper on the second floor, such as the law of Lan Clan ancestors, details about forbidden areas, and beginner guides to professions like alchemist, formation master, blacksmith, artificer, amulet maker, runic engraver, and many others. Hengsheng hadn't realized the cultivation world harbored so many professions, though he noted that alchemy was by far the most popular. Its profitability made it a cornerstone of the cultivation economy. Hengsheng himself felt a growing interest in acquiring professional skills, not only to enhance his knowledge but to make money independently. As someone from Earth, the idea of depending solely on his family's resources felt strange and unsettling. But he knew such a mindset was unique to him. The Lan Clan's members had no qualms about using family resources, believing it was their birthright. As Hengsheng looked around for his royal servant, Lanu, he spotted her sitting cross-legged on a large rock not far from the library. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be deep in cultivation. Not wanting to disturb her, Hengsheng gestured to a passing young mana, a new generation clan member unlucky enough to cross his path. "Tell Lanu I've left the library," Hengsheng ordered. The young man nodded hastily and rushed off, relieved to escape further interaction. Hengsheng then made his way back to his family's residence. Once there, he decided to request an audience with his mother before officially becoming a cultivator. Following one of her servants, he was led to Wang Liangxiu's chamber. As the door opened, Hengsheng saw his mother seated gracefully inside. Her long black hair flowed elegantly down her back as she arranged tea on an intricately carved table. The soothing scent of jasmine filled the air, creating an atmosphere of calm. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw her son enter with a firm posture and a serious expression. "Greet, mother," Hengsheng said, bowing respectfully. "Sheng'er, you've come," Wang Liangxia replied warmly, though her sharp eyes immediately caught the subtle change in his aura. "Your presence feels different today. Sit with me, my son, and tell me what weighs on your mind." She gestured for him to sit across from her. Pouring tea into a porcelain cup, she slid it toward him with practiced grace, her gaze steady yet tinged with curiosity and concern. "Mother," Hengsheng began, Today I will break through the body awakening realm and become a true cultivator. I came to tell you this in advance." Wang Liangxiu's eyes softened at his words. Setting her teacup down gently, she reached across the table to grasp his hand, her touch warm and reassuring. "Sheng'er, this is a monumental step on your cultivation journey," she said with pride. "As your mother, I have always believed in your potential, even when others doubted. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, but it is also filled with opportunities for growth and enlightenment." She paused, her gaze filled with maternal pride and intensity. "Embrace this breakthrough with confidence but also caution. Should you encounter any obstacles, know that I am here to support you." Releasing his hand, she offered a serene smile. "Go forth, my son, and may the heavens favor your endeavors." Hengsheng smiled, stood up, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Mother. I promise I will become the strongest cultivator this world has ever seen. I will make you proud." With that, he stepped back and left her chamber. As the door closed behind him, Wang Liangxiu's serene expression gave way to a hint of worry. His excessive declaration of ambition lingered in her thoughts, but she chose to believe in her son's determination and potential. Hengsheng returned to his chamber, preparing for his breakthrough into the next cultivation realm. Sitting cross-legged on the cultivation mat, he closed his eyes and entered his mind space. He focused on his next task, creating the system core an AI he had designed to serve as the administrator of his systems and regulate the connection between his mind space and the real world. With a single wish, a blue orb materialized before him, its radiant glow pulsating steadily. "Ding! It's a pleasure to serve you, Sir." Hengsheng smiled with satisfaction. He knew this creation lacked true will or sentience, like the other creatures he had simulated in his mind space. However, that made it perfect for its role. "I'll name you Blue," he said decisively. "Name appointed, Blue." "Blue," Hengsheng commanded. "Absorb all the stored knowledge into your system and upgrade the strongest cultivator system." "Acknowledged." "Please wait a moment." Moments later, the orb pulsed brightly again. "Ding! The strongest cultivator system has been upgraded." Hengsheng nodded in approval. He continued with his orders. "Blue, analyze all cultivation methods stored in the mind space and create optimized techniques." "Ding!" Processing a broken bar, 234,75,399. The process took some time as Hengsheng waited, feeling the subtle hum of energy within the mind space. Finally, the system reported back. "Ding! Analysis complete." Generated 57 new cultivation methods. Hengsheng scrolled through the list, his curiosity piqued. Cultivation methods, unlike cheat techniques, weren't ranked purely by grades. Instead, they outlined unique paths, tailored to different types of cultivators. While higher-ranked methods typically provided clearer guidance to greater power, their effectiveness often depended on compatibility with the user. As he reviewed the list, he noted that all the methods were superior to the advanced qi-gathering techniques he had seen in the Lan Clan's library. However, 3 methods stood out from the rest. Golden Qi Supremacy Method. This cultivation method closely resembled the Golden Sword sect's renowned technique, designed to refine spiritual qi into the purest form of metal qi. Hengsheng pondered its origin for a moment. It made sense. The Golden Sword sect, as the supreme overlord of the Golden Pillar continent, would naturally develop methods that maximize the advantages of the land's abundance of metal qi. Pure Sword Heart Sutra. This method focused entirely on pursuing the Tao of the sword. It was highly advanced, almost too much for the qi-gathering realm. Cultivators just starting their journey and unfamiliar with the concept of Tao would find it nearly impossible to follow. Only those born with extraordinary talent and an innate connection to the sword could successfully cultivate it. For anyone else, it would become a bottleneck, preventing them from advancing to the next realm. Vast meridian refinement art. Unlike the other methods, this one seemed underwhelming in terms of power. It didn't refine spiritual qi to its highest purity, nor did it resonate with any particular Tao. However, what caught Hengsheng's attention was its focus on absorbing spiritual qi, expanding meridians, and refining them to hold immense amounts of energy. Cultivators following this method would ultimately possess an extraordinarily large qi reservoir, up to 100 times greater than what the basic methods could achieve. For someone pursuing a path of overwhelming resources and cheats, this method was perfect. Hengsheng smirked, having already made up his mind. Blue. Assign, vast meridian refinement art, as my cultivation method. Ding. You have cultivated, vast meridian refinement art. With the cultivation method now set, all that remained was to activate it in the real world. Hengsheng opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a grin. System, activate, he murmured, his voice filled with anticipation. As Hengsheng commanded, the system activated the cultivation method automatically. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual qi began to churn violently, drawn toward him like an invisible force commanding its presence. The spiritual qi spiraled into a vortex, rushing into his body with tremendous force. Once inside, the system began refining it, and with the very first strand of refined spiritual qi stored in his spirit core, a breakthrough was triggered. Pain surged through every fiber of his being as his body underwent a monumental transformation. Muscles and bones were rearranged and strengthened, and his internal organs were fortified. Externally, a white mist began to emanate from his body, the heat generated by the intense purification process evaporating sweat. Small amounts of black impurities seeped through his skin, releasing a stench so foul it could make the bravest mortal faint. The process was grueling, lasting an entire hour before it finally subsided. Hengsheng had braced himself for the pain, but even he was left drained. However, the system didn't stop. The spiritual qi continued to pour into him, steadily refined and stored within his spirit core. His ultimate goal was to gather enough energy to initialize the strongest cultivator system, his most ambitious creation yet. This masterpiece of a system wasn't just a tool, it was a revolutionary foundation. It combined 12 conceptual features: absorption, storage, self-sustainable, order, precise control, processing, separation, distribution, assistance, upgrades, inspection, and concealment. Once activated, it would permanently bond with him, serving as the ultimate support for his cultivation journey. Hengsheng estimated it would take 3 days to gather the necessary energy. He wasn't worried as a qi-gathering cultivator, he no longer needed food, and his lifespan had extended to 300 years. The dream of immortality was now one step closer, filling him with excitement. 3 days later, Hengsheng furrowed his brow. Wasn't the system initialized yet? Let's wait a little later. 3 weeks later. His patience was wearing thin. Did I miscalculate? He wanted to stop, but the thought of abandoning the process halfway made him clench his fists. If I stop now, everything will have been for nothing, he muttered. Convinced that his system was simply more sophisticated than expected, he chose to persevere. 3 months later. By this point, Hengsheng was filled with regret. Why did I cram so many functions into the system? He thought bitterly. He realized he could have started with a simpler version and upgraded it gradually. If it weren't for the mind space providing him with a sanctuary for his thoughts, boredom might have driven him insane. This experience taught him a valuable lesson. He wasn't ready for long cultivation sessions like his father, which could last a decade or more. His mind and willpower weren't strong enough yet. Resolving to focus on the present, he vowed not to overreach in the future. 6 months later, Hengsheng cursed himself as useless for being stuck in this situation. Be with the present. Be with the present. A broken bar, he chanted, calming his mind. Using the prolonged absorption process as a way to practice his willpower, he reminded himself that mental fortitude and perseverance were key in cultivation. He noted that the spiritual qi in his chamber had thickened considerably, likely due to his mother requesting a qi-gathering array to be placed around his chamber. While it improved the absorption rate, even after 6 months, the process wasn't complete. At least now he could feel some progress. 1 year later, the ordeal continued. Hengsheng remained seated on his mat, channeling spiritual qi into his spirit core. 6 months earlier, the chamber's spiritual qi had grown 5 times denser thanks to the array, but even that hadn't been enough to complete the process. Despite his frustration, Hengsheng had grown calmer. He could feel the faint progress now, a small beacon of hope. He thought and resolved to endure for however long it took. The strongest cultivator system would be worth it. Hengsheng opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and stood up. He looked around his chamber. It was exactly as he had left it, though it seemed someone had been taking care of it in his absence. His gaze shifted to himself. His body was clean, and it was clear his royal servant had been attending to him while he cultivated. While moving, Hengsheng can feel that he has better control over his body, and he decides to test his newfound strength by taking a fighting stance, lowering his body down, and punching forward, aiming his fist at the empty air. Boom! The air being stuck by force from his fist strike. Hengsheng was satisfied. He seemed to be 2 times stronger than before when he was at the peak of the body awakening realm. His attention then turned to the reason he had been stuck for 3 long years. Ding! The strongest cultivator system is activated. Status: Name: Lan Hengsheng. Race: Human. Age: 18. Spirit Core: System Neutral. Spirit Core: Mortal. Cultivation Realm: Early Stage Qi Gathering. Qi Cultivation Method: Vast Meridian Refinement. Art. Attributes: Physique: 34. Spiritual Qi: 20. Mind: 37. Spirit Body: 35. Special Traits: Mind Space, Super Spirit Body, Vast Meridian, 0512. Qi Technique: A. Auxiliary Systems Capacity: 78/100%. Ultimate Fighting System: 34%. Recycle System: 44%. System Points: 1000 points. Absorb. Upgrade. Hengsheng felt a wave of satisfaction as he reviewed the results of his hard work. However, something unexpected caught his attention. His spirit core had changed. The capacitor metal spirit core was gone, replaced by a system neutral spirit core. He hadn't anticipated this transformation, and it made him wonder if it was the reason why the process had taken so long. Curious, Hengsheng closed his eyes and extended his spirit body to observe the new spirit core. The golden orb he once knew had vanished, replaced by a glowing blue orb identical to the system core he had created in his mind space. This is either an unbelievable coincidence, a broken bar, or someone powerful is meddling behind the scenes, Hengsheng murmured, a chill running down his spine at the thought. Still, he couldn't resist testing his theory. With a hint of nervous excitement, he whispered, "Blue, are you there?" Ding. "Yes, Master." The robotic voice responded immediately, leaving Hengsheng stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. "It's linked?" His spirit core was now directly connected to the system core in his mind space, a connection he had not intended. The core he had designed simply to adjust and optimize the system for the real world had somehow manifested itself as part of his very being. "This absurd, a broken bar," Hengsheng muttered, his lips curling into a grin. The possibilities to abuse this newfound connection seemed endless. While Hengsheng pondered the possibilities of this newfound connection, the sound of his chamber door opening pulled him from his thoughts. He turned his head toward the door to see Lanu entering, her expression a mixture of surprise and doubt. "Young master, you've finished your session?" she asked cautiously. Hengsheng smirked, leaning back slightly with a self-assured air. "That's right." "How are things around here while I've been cultivating?" Lanu paused, seemingly lost in thought for a moment, before replying quickly. "Oh, young master, you should report to Elder Mingzi as soon as possible. The Metal Flow Plains gathering is about to start in 3 months, and our Lan Clan will begin traveling soon. If you delay, you might miss it." "Ah, that's right, I completely forgot about that," Hengsheng said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "What about my father? Has he finished his session yet?" Lanu shook her head. "No, a broken bar." "Never mind," Hengsheng interrupted, waving her off. "You can leave now. Tomorrow, make sure to escort me to Elder Mingzi." "Yes, young master," Lanu replied, bowing respectfully before leaving the chamber. Hengsheng woke up with a refreshed feeling. Although he no longer needed sleep after entering the Qi Gathering realm, he found that it still helped to refresh his mind and maintain clarity. Today was important. He would report to the first elder to participate in the upcoming Metal Flow Plains gathering. He opened the door to his chamber and stepped outside, greeted by Lan waiting dutifully as always. Her disciplined posture and sharp gaze made it clear she was ever ready to serve. Hengsheng gave her a simple gesture, signaling her to follow behind him, and started toward the management hall. He knew the way well. It was situated near the clan hall, the heart of the Lan clan's operations. On the way, Hengsheng encountered many people, including several from the younger generation. Their initial reaction to seeing him was one of shock. Their faces turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. However, to his annoyance, they didn't bow or greet him properly. Instead, they scrambled away in a panic, muttering under their breath as they hurried off. Hengsheng shook his head, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. 3 years away, and they've already forgotten who the big brother is around here, he thought. Seems I'll need to remind them soon enough. He made a mental note to re-educate these unruly juniors when the time was right. The management hall soon came into view. The grand structure was bustling with activity as clan members and staff moved with purpose. This place was the administrative core of the Lan Clan, responsible for distributing resources, organizing missions, and managing the daily operations of the vast family network. As Hengsheng stepped inside, a staff member quickly noticed him. Recognition flashed in their eyes, and they hurriedly approached him with a polite bow. "Young Master Hengsheng, please follow me," they said, their tone filled with respect. Hengsheng nodded, his presence alone commanding attention and compliance. The staff member led Hengsheng through the halls, past several chambers where elders and other clan members were busy at work. It wasn't long before they arrived at the first elder's private chamber. A deep and authoritative voice resonated from behind the door. "Come inside," it said, its tone steady and commanding. Hengsheng pushed the door open and stepped into the room. The first elder, Lan Hengsheng, sat behind a large wooden desk covered with scrolls and jade slips. His piercing gaze locked onto Hengsheng the moment he entered, exuding an aura of power and experience befitting his status as one of the strongest cultivators in the clan. Lanu remained outside, closing the door behind Hengsheng as he strode forward. He bowed respectfully and greeted the elder, first elder, Lan Hengsheng, reporting as instructed. The first elder gestured for Hengsheng to stand upright, his expression unreadable as he scrutinized the young man before him. "Hengsheng," he said, his voice calm but firm, "you've been absent for 3 years. Your cultivation progress is commendable, but the Metal Flow Plains gathering is no small matter. Do you understand the responsibility that comes with participating in this event?" Hengsheng nodded, meeting the elder's gaze with confidence. "Yes, First Elder. I am ready to contribute to the Lan Clan's efforts and prove myself." Lan Hengsheng leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Good. Your participation has been approved, but remember, this event is not just a chance to test your ability, so it is also an opportunity for our Lan Clan." Hengsheng smirked faintly. "I understand, First Elder. I assure you, I will not disappoint." The First Elder nodded, his expression softening slightly. "Very well. Report to the designated gathering area tomorrow morning. The journey to the Metal Flow Plains will begin soon, and I expect you to be punctual." "Understood," Hengsheng replied, bowing once more before turning to leave the chamber. As Hengsheng exited the management hall, he couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. If he had missed this event, the Lan Clan's standing in the Metal Flow Plains gathering would have been jeopardized. After all, the other Chi gathering cultivators in his generation were, well, weak. Lost in thought, Hengsheng walked back toward his chamber, planning his day. His immediate goal was to create a Chi technique tailored to his abilities, cultivate diligently, and hopefully open at least one meridian. Lan Hengsheng. The sharp shout shattered his train of thought. Turning toward the voice, Hengsheng spotted a group of teenagers. Leading them was none other than Lan Xiaorong, flanked by a smug-looking Lan Beixing and about 20 other young men and women. Beixing smirked triumphantly, as if he'd already won some unseen battle. Hengsheng's lips curled into a smirk. "Ah, my dear little brothers and sisters. What's this? So bold that you don't even bow to me, and addressing me in such a tone? Looks like I'll need to teach you some manners." The group burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. This fool really thinks it's still 3 years ago. While everyone else has been advancing in their cultivation, this lazy idiot suffered chi deviation, got injured, and has been stuck at the early stage of qi gathering ever since. And now he dares act cocky? Ha ha ha. Hengsheng listened calmly, his sharp eyes scanning the group. It didn't take long for him to piece together the situation. Rumors must have spread during his absence. With him not able to appear and set the record straight, they had taken the gossip as truth. Well, a broken bar, it wasn't entirely wrong. He had been stuck in his cultivation realm, but they had no idea how much stronger he had become in other ways. In his mind space, he had honed his martial skills extensively. Combined with the sheer power of his refined qi, Hengsheng was confident he could take on opponents at the late stage of qi gathering. However, a glance at Xiaorong's aura confirmed he was at the peak of qi gathering, and many of the others were late stage. A direct fight might not end in his favor. Still, he didn't feel the slightest worry. Well, Hengsheng began, his voice dripping with mockery, you really don't know your place. Do you all want to fight me? Baixing sneered, unable to hold back any longer. You, trash stuck at the early stage? Stop pretending to be tough and bow down to us. Maybe if you beg, I'll give you a quick and painless sleep. Ha ha ha. Hengsheng chuckled, his expression calm yet dangerous. Ha ha ha. Such big words for a little dog who only dares to bark when surrounded by a pack. That hit a nerve. Faces flushed with anger, and Xiaorong, acting as the group's leader, snarled, I gave you a chance to apologize. Don't blame me for what happens next. Hengsheng almost laughed out loud. This is just like 3 years ago. How nostalgic. Xiaorong dashed toward him, his fists crackling with qi, while the others prepared to follow suit. Lanu, Hengsheng said lazily, beat them up. Lanu's crisp reply came instantly. Yes, Master. Panic washed over the group as Xiaorong froze mid-charge. You, shameless. How dare you order your servant in a conflict between young clan members? It's against the rules. Hengsheng's eyes narrowed, and a smirk played on his lips. Rules? I am the rule. Before Xiaorong could react, Lanu's fist collided with his face, sending him flying. One by one, the rest of the group followed, their bodies hitting the ground with dull thuds. As Lanu dusted her hands off, Hengsheng glanced at the groaning group on the ground and smirked. That should teach you not to mess with me. Then, turning to Lanu, he said, let's head back quickly before the elders show up. Yes, Master, she replied, her tone calm and composed. Without a backward glance at the defeated group, Hengsheng strolled away, his smirk never fading. Hengsheng arrived at his chamber, locked the door, and hung a sign that read, Do not disturb. He knew full well that what he did earlier with Lanu wouldn't go unnoticed. The elders would undoubtedly punish him for using his servant in a fight, but he didn't care. What punishment could they impose that would truly harm him? Cut off his resources? Fine, he didn't need them that much anyway. Ban him from the library? No problem, he had already copied all the books into his mind space. For Hengsheng, it was worth it. If he had been beaten by those arrogant brats, reclaiming his status as the big brother would have been an uphill battle. With the matter dismissed from his mind, Hengsheng shifted his focus back to his cultivation. Yesterday, he hadn't thoroughly inspected his system because he needed to rest after the grueling 3-year cultivation session. That session had been a taxing experience, even for his new realm. Spending 3 years, a whole 1% of his 300-year lifespan, in one session was a painful thought. It truly stung. Hengsheng reflected on the updates he had made to his system. Initially, he had planned to create an energy devourer system that would allow him to gain power simply by absorbing energy and spending it. However, the knowledge he gathered from the library made him realize that this world is not that simple, and he eventually discarded that idea. While tempting, such a method would leave him weak in the higher realms of cultivation. It lacked the development of willpower and comprehension of Tao, both of which were integral to true strength in this world. In this realm, power wasn't just about raw energy, it was about understanding and aligning with the spiritual laws of the world of Tao. These laws couldn't be bought or gained instantly, they had to be realized through personal experience and cultivation. To adapt, Hengsheng adjusted his system to focus more on cultivation rather than shortcuts. He introduced the control, processing, and assistance features to help him process and learn techniques more efficiently. It wasn't about giving him instant mastery but accelerating his understanding and comprehension. With this, he would still need to put in the effort to learn, but the system will refine the process and make it vastly faster. Hengsheng sat cross-legged on his cultivation mat, closing his eyes to steady his mind. He took a deep breath, calming his thoughts and aligning his focus. Once ready, he activated his system to assist in the process. With its guidance, he began to circulate his spiritual chi using their vast meridian refinement art. Inside his blue spirit core, spiritual chi started to flow outward, following the pathways outlined by the technique. The chi moved through his spirit veins, circulating steadily but with deliberate precision. Soon, the energy reached its first target, to a blocked spirit meridian. Hengsheng could feel the resistance, knowing it wouldn't open instantly unless he risked damaging his body. Instead, the spiritual chi passed through the meridian and began to erode the blockage slowly. He realized he would need to repeat this process at least 10 times before the meridian could fully open. The technique demanded patience, precision, and discipline. As the spiritual chi completed its journey through his spirit veins and returned to his spirit core, Hengsheng noticed the subtle transformation. His chi had become more refined and condensed. This marked the completion of one chi refinement cycle. The entire process had taken 30 minutes, a speed that impressed even Hengsheng. He marveled at how efficient the system's assistance was in ensuring a perfect cycle without mistakes. Without it, he estimated the same process would have taken him 2 hours or more. But Hengsheng wasn't content to stop after one cycle. His goal for the day was to open at least one spirit meridian. 5 hours later, as he finished his final cycle, Hengsheng's body emitted a faint white mist that gradually turned red before black impurities leaked out from his skin. This was the residue from the opening of his first meridian. Hengsheng opened his eyes, immediately noticing the uncomfortable smell. He quickly cleaned himself and examined his progress. Physically, he didn't notice any significant changes, but there was a subtle improvement. His strength had increased perhaps by 1% if his senses weren't mistaken. More importantly, his chi reserve had expanded significantly, increasing by 10%. The technique's claim of vast meridian capacity was true. His newly opened meridian allowed him to store an impressive amount of spiritual ki, up to 10% of immortal grade spirit core's capacity. And this was just the first meridian out of 512. Even with the efficiency of the vast meridian refinement art, it would take Hengsheng at least 2,000 days to open all 512 meridian nodes. And that estimate didn't even account for the additional time required to refine his spiritual chi to the necessary quality and quantity for establishing a spiritual foundation. Despite the daunting timeline, Hengsheng believed it was worth every moment. For someone like him who would inevitably consume far more spiritual chi than ordinary cultivators as his cultivation realm advanced, this method perfectly complemented his unique advantage. A vast reservoir of chi would be the key for him to dominate the path of cultivation, he thought with determination. Hengsheng smiled, satisfied with the result. 1 down, 511 to go, but not now. Ding. Status. Name: Lan Hengsheng. Race: human. Age: 18. Spirit core: system neutral spirit core, mortal. Cultivation realm: early stage chi gathering, 0.15%. Chi cultivation method: vast meridian refinement art. Attributes: physique, 34.4. Spiritual chi, 22.5. Mind, 37.1. Spirit body, 35.1. Special traits: mind space, super spirit body, vast meridian, 1/512. Chi technique: A. Auxiliary systems capacity, 78/100%. Ultimate fighting system, 34%. Recycle system, 44%. System points, 0-1000 points. Absorb, upgrade. Hengsheng glanced at his status window briefly after completing his first goal, feeling a sense of accomplishment. However, there was no time to waste basking in satisfaction. His next objective loomed large. He needed to create a chi technique tailored uniquely to himself. While the Lan Clan's chi techniques in the library were undoubtedly impressive, many of them powerful and rare within their realm, Hengsheng knew they weren't enough for him. The Lan Clan was a high-ranking cultivation force, but it wasn't among the true top-tier powers. For someone with his ambitions, relying on common techniques wasn't an option. He also preferred to have something uniquely his, crafted specifically for his needs. Resolute, Hengsheng closed his eyes and entered his mind space. The endless expanse of white now had a defining feature, the blue orb system core, floating at the center, glowing faintly like an anchor stabilizing this surreal realm. Blue, Hengsheng commanded, gather all chi techniques suitable for chi gathering cultivators, analyze and combine them, and generate a new and superior technique for me. Ding. Processing a broken bar. 594,395,399. Moments later, ding. Analysis complete. Generated 14,299 new chi techniques. In an instant, thousands of scripture-like texts materialized in front of him, floating in neat rows. Hengsheng was taken aback by the sheer number of results, so it was far more than he had anticipated. He couldn't help but think back to when he generated chi cultivation techniques, realizing that this was on a whole different level. Perhaps I should contribute some of these techniques to the clan library, he mused. The elders might soften their stance toward me if I do. Shaking off the thought, Hengsheng refocused on the task at hand. He began poring over the newly generated chi techniques, reading through them one by one with great focus. After inspecting over 1,000 techniques, certain patterns became clear. Most of the techniques were sword-based, which wasn't surprising given the dominance of sword cultivation on the Golden Pillar continent. However, all of them were of earth-grade quality, a level considered excellent for early and mid-tier cultivators. Hengsheng recalled the classifications: mortal grade, martial skills for mortals that use blood chi, largely irrelevant for true cultivators; earth grade, techniques that utilize spiritual chi and are ideal for early and mid-tier cultivation realms; heaven grade, techniques that incorporate not just the cultivator's spiritual chi but also the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. These are suited for advanced cultivators, requiring powerful mind and soul power to command chi in large quantities from the surroundings. Divine grade, techniques that align with the Tao itself. Such techniques are rare and unattainable for cultivators at his current stage. Understanding this hierarchy, Hengsheng resumes his search. His focus remained on finding the technique that would perfectly suit him and the best combination of unique styles to reach his image goals. He continued flipping through the scriptures, his determination unwavering. After Hengsheng sifted through the mountain of scripture, many techniques caught his attention, but only a few were suited to his cultivation method and his neutral affinity spirit core. Hengsheng needed a chi technique that could take advantage of his vast chi reserve, avoid specializing in specific types of spiritual chi, and still maintain its power, a rare combination. While there was no limit to how many techniques he could learn, overloading himself would weaken his foundation. He needed to carefully select a few and focus on mastering them. Hengsheng began by choosing a movement chi technique. He settled on the endless step technique, which forms chi runes underfoot that grow stronger with each step, amplifying speed over time. However, this technique consumed more spiritual chi the longer it was used, making it excellent for battle but suboptimal for quick escapes. To cover this weakness, he selected a complementary technique, Horizon Shift Technique, which harnesses raw chi to create chi path of movement. This technique allows the user to traverse long distances almost instantly, making it perfect for sudden retreats or unexpected repositioning. With his movement skills covering all his needs, Hengsheng turned his attention to attack chi techniques. This category had the largest number of generated techniques, given the abundance of offensive methods in the source material. He immediately ruled out sword techniques, recognizing that the path of a sword cultivator required lifelong dedication, which clashed with his philosophy as a system maker aiming for efficiency and shortcuts. Hengsheng decided to select 3 attack techniques for versatility in different combat scenarios. The first was World Shatter Palm Art. While its name sounded grandiose, it was a practical technique that channeled an enormous amount of raw qi into the palm, delivering a ground-shaking blow that damaged both foes and the terrain. This close-range technique was well-suited to his cultivation method, allowing him to deal with multiple enemies at once. Next, for long-range combat, he chose the Qi Surge Cannon technique, which condensed an enormous amount of qi into a sphere and launched it, detonating on impact in a controlled explosion. The simplicity and effectiveness of the technique made it a reliable option for ranged attacks. Finally, he picked a finisher technique for critical moments, Heaven's Pulse Fist technique. Though still classified as an Earth-grade technique, it was considered half-step heaven-grade due to its unique ability to passively mobilize a small amount of spiritual qi from heaven and earth without requiring the cultivator's mind or soul power. While its power was immense, it came with significant drawbacks, placing a heavy burden on both the qi reserve and the body. Fortunately, Hengsheng's cultivation method and spirit core mitigated these limitations, making the technique a perfect fit for his arsenal. With his techniques selected, Hengsheng felt satisfied. The next thing on his mind was finding a defense technique. However, he didn't place much importance on it because he already had defensive treasures provided by the Lan Clan. As a member of the main bloodline and a potential future patriarch after his father's term in the next 30,000 years, the clan ensured his safety with various life-saving tools. And speaking of his father, Hengsheng didn't see his uncle, Lan Wanu, as a real contender in the patriarchal succession. His uncle's cultivation realm was far lower, and once Hengsheng's father, Lan Fuyo, broke through to the Tribulation Saint realm, it would solidify his position, closing any slim chance Lan Wanu had. After briefly pondering his family's political dynamics, Hengsheng refocused on selecting a defensive technique. Even though he didn't see it as crucial for himself, having one was better than nothing. He chose the Pure Qi Rebound technique, a simple and practical technique that reflects a portion of the energy from incoming qi attacks back at the assailant. The best part of this technique was its continuous, passive nature. It could remain active as long as it was supplied with qi, although it wasn't designed to withstand major attacks. Hengsheng wasn't worried he could compensate by supplying more qi as needed. With his techniques complete, Hengsheng believed he was ready for a real battle. Unlike the other young cultivators who lacked practical experience, Hengsheng had already honed his skills extensively using his mind space. Through simulations, he had placed himself in countless dangerous situations, even temporarily erasing parts of his memory to make the scenarios feel real. During the 3 years of his qi-gathering breakthrough, he had done this more than 10 times, sharpening his instincts and techniques to a razor's edge. However, Hengsheng wasn't finished. He continued browsing through the other qi techniques available in categories beyond the standard trio of attack, defense, and movement. These miscellaneous techniques included methods for manipulating elemental qi, creating illusions, detecting surroundings, and even inducing sleep through suppression techniques. Despite their usefulness, Hengsheng wasn't interested in learning these techniques. To him, their specific nature or overly broad applications didn't align with his current focus. Instead, he saw them as something he could replicate their effects if he needed it later by creating new system modules. With his ability to design systems tailored to his needs, Hengsheng found it more efficient to keep these techniques in reserve as inspiration for when he might need their effects. After finishing his technique selection, Hengsheng wasted no time and commanded, "Blue, add the selected techniques to my Qi Techniques section." Ding! You have learned new techniques: Endless Step Technique, Horizon Shift Technique, World Shatter Palm Art, Qi Surge Cannon Technique, Heaven's Pulse Fist Technique, Pure Qi Rebound Technique. The next moment, Hengsheng felt the basic mastery of all 6 techniques settle into his mind. He reviewed their contents carefully, ensuring he understood their mechanics and principles. Satisfied, he decided to test their full potential inside his mind space, where he could simulate their effects at maximum power. Though he knew the real-world application might differ, Seeing their full strength would motivate him to practice diligently, he started with the endless step technique. Activating it, he took a step forward and immediately noticed a glowing white chi rune appear beneath his foot. With each successive step, another rune appeared, resonating with the previous ones to amplify his speed. As he increased his pace, more runes manifested, stacking their effects and propelling him forward at incredible velocity. Eventually, the technique reached its limit with 300 chi runes, providing an impressive 3000% speed boost. However, this came at a steep cost to consuming 3000% more spiritual chi. Next, he tested the horizon shift technique. Upon activation, it immediately drained a substantial amount of spiritual chi. He felt a strange sensation as the world seemed to fold inward, bringing his destination closer. Taking a single step, he instantly appeared far away from his starting point. The technique was incredibly effective for long-distance travel or escape. Hengsheng then moved to the sky to test his attack techniques. Starting with the World Shatter Palm art, he activated it, causing his palm to glow with intricate chi patterns. He extended his hand, and a 1-meter chi palm materialized, striking its target with incredible speed. A thunderous boom echoed as the ground below trembled from the impact. Next, he activated the Chi Surge Cannon technique. A sphere of pure, condensed chi appeared above his palm, radiating power. He launched it toward a distant target, and upon impact, it exploded with a resounding boom, creating a large crater. Finally, it was time for the Heaven's Pulse Fist technique. This one required a preparatory sequence. Hengsheng chuckled as he realized the moves resembled a Taikai dance, but he diligently followed through. As he performed the sequence, the surrounding energy surged into his rising fist, causing it to glow with 7 vibrant colors. With a powerful punch, the multicolored chi fist shot forward and struck the ground below, triggering a massive explosion that dwarfed the previous techniques. Its power was equivalent to 10 World Shatter Palms combined. Hengsheng laughed at the absurdity of the dance, but the results left him more than satisfied. It was undeniably worth it. Lastly, he tested the Pure Chi Rebound technique. Activating it, his body was briefly enveloped in white chi runes before they disappeared, leaving him seemingly unprotected. To test its effectiveness, he wished for a chi attack rain to fall from the sky. As the attacks hit his body, the runes reappeared, absorbing a portion of the impact and redirecting the energy back toward the sky. Hengsheng nodded in approval and murmured, "It's usable." With all his techniques thoroughly tested and evaluated, Hengsheng felt a newfound confidence. Ding. Status: Name: Lan Hengsheng. Race: Human. Age: 18. Spirit Core: System Neutral Spirit Core. Mortal. Cultivation Realm: Early Stage Chi Gathering, 0.15%. Chi Cultivation Method: Vast Meridian Refinement Art. Attributes: Physique, 34.4. Spiritual Chi, 22.5. Mind, 37.1. Spirit Body, 35.1. Special Traits: Mind Space, Super Spirit Body, Vast Meridian, 1512. Chi Techniques: Earth Grade, Endless Step Technique, Horizon Shift Technique, World Shatter Palm Art, Chi Surge Cannon Technique, Heaven's Pulse Fist Technique, Pure Chi Rebound Technique. Auxiliary Systems Capacity, 78/100%, Ultimate Fighting System, 34%, Recycle System, 44%, System Points, 0-1000 points. Absorb. Upgrade. Hengsheng placed his palm in front of him, and the next moment, chi patterns quickly materialized into 15 cm chi palms. They shot forward at a rapid pace, striking the chest of the wooden dummy. Crash! The chi palms shattered like fragile glass, leaving only a small, shallow palm mark on the dummy. Hengsheng's eyebrow twitched. In the real world, his World Shatter Palm was pitifully weak. Due to his low cultivation level and lack of mastery over the technique, it was barely more effective than throwing rocks at an enemy. Frustrated but determined, Hengsheng considered returning to his chamber to undergo at least 10 cycles of cultivation to strengthen his cultivation base. His current power was far from the overwhelming might he envisioned during his mind space simulations. Still, he he continued testing his other techniques. Unlike the mind space where activating a skill was effortless, here in the real world, he had programmed his system to guide and assist him rather than take full control. This was part of his effort to grow as a cultivator rather than relying entirely on shortcuts. Hengsheng activated the Qi Surge Cannon technique. He carefully guided his spiritual Qi along the pathways described in the technique. Slowly, the energy within his spirit cow formed a Qi pattern, moving through his veins to his arm. Finally, the Qi pattern emerged above his palm, coalescing into a sphere of spiritual Qi. The entire process took about 5 seconds, so longer than he would have liked, but understandable given his low cultivation level and relatively weak Qi. Even with just 10 units of refined Qi, it was already a miracle that he could perform an Earth-grade technique at all. For most cultivators at his level, moving Qi outside the body, let alone shaping it into a technique, would be impossible. After finishing the tests, Hengsheng returned to his chamber, his thoughts swirling with both disappointment and determination. The gap between his imagined strength and reality was disheartening, but he had no intention of staying this weak. He needed to cultivate quickly to close that gap. However, he now realized that his earlier assumption that he wouldn't need resources because of his system was overly optimistic. While it was true that his system could help him process spiritual Qi, the process was too slow. If he continued at this pace, it might take him 10 years to advance to the next realm. To accelerate his progress, he needed resources and natural treasures, Qi-gathering pills, or anything that could help him gather and refine spiritual Qi faster. But first, he had to resolve the issue of his recent crime. Hengsheng smirked at his plan, to offer the clan some of the techniques he had created. He had already selected 10 sword pseudo-heaven-grade techniques, which were exceptionally rare. Even the Lan Clan only had 50 such techniques in their archives. Adding 10 more would be a significant contribution, likely enough to placate the elders and smooth over his misdeeds. However, there was one problem. He didn't have enough time to write all 10 books before reporting to the designated gathering area the next morning. Hengsheng couldn't resist the need to cheat this time. Lanu. Yes, young master, Lanu replied promptly, opening the door and bowing with her usual politeness. Get me paper and ink. A lot of them. I'm going to make scriptures. Lanu looked momentarily confused by the unusual request but nodded. Yes, young master. But before I go, I must inform you that an elder from the law enforcement branch has requested to meet with you. I told them you were in seclusion cultivating, so they agreed to come again tomorrow morning. Hengsheng smirked and replied, you did well. I'll handle that matter myself tomorrow. Now, go get the materials quickly. Lanu quickly left the chamber to fulfill his request. Alone again, Hengsheng closed his eyes and entered his mind space. His goal was clear. Create a tool to speed up the scripture writing process. Ding. Installing Scripture Maker System. The Scripture Maker System was a simple yet specialized tool designed to act as his extra hand for writing books. It required only 15% of his auxiliary system's capacity. There is still plenty of space left. Hengsheng was pleased with the balance here. It wouldn't interfere with his existing systems. Auxiliary systems capacity was a feature of the main system that provided space to install additional subsystems as needed. Since Hengsheng's body wasn't vast enough to support countless systems simultaneously, this capacity served as a limitation so that his body would not be overloaded cause there were too many systems. However, as his cultivation progressed and his strength grew, the capacity would naturally expand, allowing for more systems to be integrated over time. Once installed, Hengsheng returned to the real world. As he waited for Lanu to bring the materials, he tested the new system. Activate Scripture Maker, he commanded. Moments later, 10 translucent Qi hands materialized beside him. He felt a slight drain on his Qi reserves, but thanks to his system's auto-Qi absorption, the impact was negligible. Testing their precision, Hengsheng directed the hands to mimic detailed writing motions. They obeyed flawlessly, moving with incredible accuracy and efficiency. Perfect, he murmured, nodding in satisfaction. With the Scripture Maker active, the hands could work passively without constant input from him. That meant he could focus on cultivation while the system did the tedious task of writing. Shortly after, Lanu returned with a stack of paper, ink, and brushes. She placed them on the table and stepped back, watching curiously. "Good timing," Hengsheng said with a smirk. Without delay, he commanded the Qi hands to begin. They picked up the brushes, dipped them into the ink, and started writing at an astonishing speed. Hengsheng didn't even need to oversee the process directly. The scripture maker followed his mental commands perfectly. Seeing her young master effortlessly manage 10 writing tools at once, Lanu's eyes widened in surprise. "Young master, you truly possess extraordinary methods," she murmured with a surprised expression. Hengsheng ignored her and sent a gesture to her. Then she stepped back and left his chamber, turning his attention to his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on his mat, he closed his eyes and began refining spiritual qi with a vast meridian refinement art. The soft rustling of brushes against paper became the backdrop to his meditation as he immersed himself in cultivation. The faint glow of his blue spirit core illuminating the inside of his body. Spiritual qi flowed steadily through his meridians, and each completed cycle left him feeling slightly stronger. He had activated the system to assist him in refining his qi and steadily eroding the blockage in his second meridian. His mind drifted between deep focus and idle thought. 3 years of effort has finally paid off, he mused. Hours passed as Hengsheng remained motionless, his breathing slow and steady. Outside his chamber, the world stirred quietly. The faint sound of leaves rustling in the breeze, the occasional footstep of a passing servant, all these small details faded into the background as Hengsheng continued to cultivate. Suddenly, the distant sound of raised voices broke through the stillness. It was faint at first but grew louder and closer with each passing moment. Hengsheng's eyelids twitched as the noise pulled him from his focus. His spirit core dimmed slightly as he slowed his qi circulation. He heard Lanu's firm voice, muffled by the door. "You cannot enter, respected elders. The young master is in seclusion for cultivation." A sharp reply followed. "This is the Lan Clan's business. He is under investigation for breaking clan rules." Step aside. The unmistakable clang of metal, the heavy footsteps of law enforcement officers, and the rising commotion outside his chamber made Hengsheng furrow his brows. He exhaled deeply, his serene mood now fully disrupted. A loud knock thundered against the door. "Lan Hengsheng, this is the law enforcement unit of the Lan Clan. Open this door at once." Inside, Hengsheng slowly opened his eyes, his calm gaze flickering with mild irritation. He stretched his arms briefly, brushing off the stiffness from his prolonged cultivation session. Hengsheng leaned casually against the wall of his chamber, observing the elders entering with expressions ranging from icy disdain to faint curiosity. Elder Lan Xiang stood at the forefront, his hands clasped behind his back and his sharp gaze fixed on Hengsheng like a predator sizing up its prey. "Lan Hengsheng," Elder Xiang began, his voice stern and commanding. "You dare to use your servant in a fight, violating the clan's rules of honorable conduct among juniors. Have you no shame?" Hengsheng smiled lazily, as if completely unbothered by the accusation. "Elder Xiang, I would never intentionally dishonor the clan's rules." "But surely you can understand those juniors were getting a broken bar overconfident." Someone had to remind them of their place. The elder's eyebrows twitched in annoyance. "Do not try to twist this matter into a joke, Hengsheng. Your actions reflect poorly on the Lan Clan's discipline." Hengsheng stepped forward, his demeanor calm but confident. "Elder Xiang, I acknowledge my mistake in handling the situation. That's why I've prepared something to make amends, a contribution to the clan." The other elders exchanged wary glances, uncertain of what Hengsheng might be scheming. Lan Xiang narrowed his eyes. "Contribution? Do you think some trinket will erase your disrespect for the rules?" "Oh, this isn't just any trinket," Hengsheng replied with a smirk. He clapped his hands, and Lanu entered with a stack of neatly bound scrolls. "I've created Thesi 10 sword techniques, designed specifically for our clan's cultivation methods." "You're welcome." The room fell silent. The air of righteous anger began to dissipate as curiosity overtook the elders. "Sword techniques?" one elder murmured, stepping forward to inspect the scrolls. Lan Xiang's expression shifted, though he tried to maintain his stern facade. "Were Broken Bar created these?" "Of course," Hengsheng said nonchalantly, his tone laced with playful arrogance. I had plenty of time during my broken bar extended cultivation session. Consider this my way of proving my loyalty and making up for yesterday's incident. One of the younger elders scoffed, his disbelief evident. Stop your nonsense. How could a mere gathering cultivator even comprehend, let alone create, techniques? Hengsheng raised an eyebrow but said nothing, his smirk growing wider. Before the elder could continue, Lan Hengsheng held up a hand to silence him. Though skepticism flickered in his eyes, Lan Hengsheng's composure didn't waver. He stepped forward, unrolled one of the scrolls, and examined the contents closely. The room grew tense as the other elders watched, their expressions a mixture of doubt and curiosity. After a long pause, Lan Hengsheng cleared his throat. Even so, he said, his voice carefully measured, your actions cannot go without consequence. The clan's rules exist for a reason, Hengsheng. You must answer for your improper conduct. Hengsheng nodded, feigning humility as he replied, I completely agree, Elder Xiang. A good scolding will suffice, don't you think? Perhaps a lecture on proper conduct. Lan Hengsheng's lips tightened, his displeasure evident. But the techniques were undeniably valuable, and he couldn't ignore the murmurs of astonishment coming from the elders inspecting the scrolls. He was also aware of Hengsheng's unusual nature, having witnessed the patriarch's investigation into his heavenly tribulation. Very well, Lan Hengsheng finally said, his tone grudging but firm. Consider this a formal warning. You are to abide by the clan's rules henceforth. Do not mistake leniency for weakness. Understood, Elder Xiang? Hengsheng replied with a shallow bow, his smirk now replaced with an exaggeratedly solemn expression. I'll ensure that the clan's honor remains intact moving forward. Another elder, clearly dissatisfied, stepped forward and shouted, but Elder Xiang. Hengsheng broke the rules blatantly. Should he not face a harsher punishment? Lan Hengsheng turned sharply, his gaze like a blade. Silence. I will make the final decision here. Unless you wish to question my judgment, you will let this matter rest. The elder recoiled slightly, his lips pursed in frustration, but he didn't press further. With the tension easing slightly, the group of elders began to depart, though many cast suspicious glances at Hengsheng before leaving. Once alone in his chamber, Hengsheng straightened and let out a soft chuckle, his smirk returning. Well, that went smoother than I expected. Silence filled the room. Hengsheng exhaled deeply and leaned back against the door, his smirk returning. Well, that could have gone worse, he muttered to himself. At least I didn't end up doing 100 years of sweeping the clan grounds. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow on his chamber. Lanu, ever dutiful, entered cautiously, carrying a tray of tea. Young master, she said, setting the tray down on a nearby table. The elders seemed a broken bar less angry than I expected. Did everything go well? Hengsheng chuckled, walking over to pour himself a cup of tea. Oh, Lanu, it's not about how angry they are, it's about what they can't do. I gave them 10 sword techniques. How could they punish me and lose face with such a treasure in their hands? Lanu hesitated, her brow furrowing slightly. But you still need to report to the designated gathering area tomorrow morning. Hengsheng nodded, sipping his tea. I know. Lanu sighed. I'll prepare your travel gear and ensure everything is ready for tomorrow. Good, Hengsheng said, stretching his arms lazily. I'll spend the rest of the night cultivating. Tomorrow, we're going to make a statement. As Lanu bowed and left the room, Hengsheng sat cross-legged on his cultivation mat. He closed his eyes, letting his mind settle into the familiar rhythm of meditation. Spiritual qi began to flow through his veins, and the faint blue glow of his spirit cow flickered within him. The night passed quietly, and the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. Outside, the Lan Clan grounds were alive with activity as young disciples prepared for their journey to the metal flow plains gathering. Hengsheng opened his eyes, his aura steady and sharper than before. He stood up, donned his clan robes, and adjusted the black sash lined with golden embroidery, a mark of his main bloodline status. Lanu was already waiting outside his chamber, holding a storage pouch filled with essentials. She bowed. Young master, everything is ready. Good, Hengsheng said, stepping out and surveying the bustling scene around him. He smirked. Let's not keep them waiting. With a flick of his sleeve, Hengsheng began walking toward the gathering area, his steps light yet purposeful. Behind him, Lan followed closely, her sharp eyes scanning their surroundings for anything unusual. As they approached, the grand square of the Lan Clan came into view. It was a vast, open space bustling with activity, a stark contrast to the serene ambience of the clan grounds. At the center of the square docked a massive skyship, its intricate golden engravings reflecting the morning sunlight. The sight alone was enough to inspire awe and a sense of anticipation. Hundreds of young disciples, dressed in their respective clan robes, stood in neat lines. They were buzzing with murmurs of excitement and trepidation. Hengsheng's arrival drew immediate attention. He strolled casually toward the lines, his black robe with golden embroidery marking him as a main bloodline member. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. "Isn't that Lan Hengsheng? Why is he here?" Hengsheng ignored the voices, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Let them wonder," he thought. He scanned the crowd and spotted familiar faces, Lan Xiaorong and Lan Beixing. Their expressions were a mixture of anger and humiliation, the lingering marks of their last encounter with him still visible on their faces. The duo glared at Hengsheng, but neither dared to approach. It was clear they hadn't forgotten his earlier display of dominance, and this wasn't the place for petty disputes. Hengsheng's smirk deepened as he deliberately locked eyes with them, sending a chill down their spines. After a few moments, the chatter died down as a group of elders began to arrive, their imposing presence silencing the crowd. Among them, Hengsheng recognized the first elder, Lan Mingzi, who would be leading the gathering delegation. Lan Mingzi stepped forward, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the young disciples. "This gathering is an opportunity," Lan Mingzi began, his deep voice echoing across the square. "Beyond our clan territory lies the metal flow plains, a broken bar." The disciples listened attentively, the weight of his words settling over them. "However," the first elder continued, his tone sharp, "remember this, we are stepping outside the safety of our territory. Do not disgrace our clan's name. Avoid unnecessary conflict, especially with the disciples of the Golden Sword sect. Their status as the continent's overlords is not to be trifled with." Hengsheng noticed several disciples exchanging uneasy glances at the mention of the Golden Sword sect. Lan Mingzi's gaze hardened. "Now, board the skyship and prepare yourselves. The journey ahead will test not only your strength but your character." At his command, the disciples began filing onto the skyship in an orderly manner. Hengsheng, with Lan close behind, moved toward the vessel, his smirk never fading. As he stepped onto the grand skyship's deck, he thought to himself, "An opportunity, huh?" Hengsheng stepped aboard the skyship, his gaze drawn to the immense metallic structure that shimmered under the sunlight. The ship's sleek, aerodynamic design was adorned with intricate golden runes glowing faintly, a testament to the craftsmanship and arrays of the Lan Clan's master artificers. The hum of the ship's energy core resonated through the air, giving the entire vessel a sense of life. Around him, other clan members moved with purpose, their robes rustling softly in the controlled breeze created by the skyship's internal systems. Inside, the atmosphere was no less awe-inspiring. The corridors were lined with polished metal walls, etched with artistic depictions of the Lan Clan's storied history. Luminous orbs floated above, casting a soft, warm light. The ship's energy flowed smoothly through visible arrays along the floor and ceiling, further enhancing the ship's ambience. A pair of Hengsheng's personal servants waited near the entrance. They bowed politely, their movements precise and deferential, before leading him to his quarters. As he followed, Hengsheng's thoughts drifted to the journey ahead. It would take 2 months to reach the Golden City, the heart of the metal flow plain. Though the skyship was significantly faster than Lan's flying treasure, the sheer scale of the metal flow plain made the journey arduous. Spanning a region larger than Earth's solar system, the metal flow plain was dotted with treacherous terrains and the territories of other powerful forces. The need to avoid unnecessary conflict made the guidance of elders like First Elder Lan Mingzi indispensable. Hengsheng's room was spacious and well furnished. The walls were adorned with golden engravings of protective arrays, which softly pulsed with spiritual energy. A large, comfortable bed occupied one corner, while a polished table and chair set rested near a transparent window that offered a view of the endless skies. A cultivation mat, surrounded by an ambient chi-gathering array, lay in the center of the room. The air carried a faint metallic tang, a reminder of the metal flow plane's abundant metal chi. Feeling relieved, Hengsheng dismissed his servants and shut the door. He wanted to avoid mingling with the other juniors for now, especially given his current cultivation level. His plan was simple: stay secluded in his room and focus on cultivation. With the system's assistance, he estimated he could reach the middle stage of chi gathering within a month, which would be more than enough to deal with nuisances like Xiarong. Just as he was about to sit down and begin his cultivation marathon, the air around him rippled, and the room shimmered unnaturally. In an instant, the familiar surroundings of his quarters vanished, replaced by a grand, elaborately decorated chamber. Startled but keeping his composure, Hengsheng quickly scanned the room. His eyes landed on the figure of First Elder Lan Mingzi, who was seated calmly at a jade desk. The elder's expression was as stern and composed as ever. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hengsheng immediately bowed deeply. "Greetings, First Elder." "You may sit," Lan Mingzi said, his voice even yet commanding. "I have a matter to discuss with you." Hengsheng nodded respectfully and took a seat across from the elder, his curiosity piqued. "What matter requires your personal attention, First Elder?" Lan Mingzi leaned back slightly, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Hengsheng. "What do you think about this gathering?" Hengsheng frowned, slightly puzzled by the question. Why would the First Elder ask something so obvious? "Nevertheless," he replied, "isn't it for the younger generation to compete for opportunities inside the secret land at the base of the Continental Pillar?" Lan Mingzi nodded but added, "That is true, but it is not the whole truth." "Let me ask you this, why do you think the Golden Sword sect is willing to share the resources within their territory with others?" Hengsheng raised an eyebrow at the unexpected question. "Aren't they forced to do so? If they refused, wouldn't they risk being ganged up on by everyone else?" Lan Mingzi chuckled lightly, as if Hengsheng had told a good joke. "That's a common misconception. But even if all the first-rate sects and clans, along with the 12 second-rate forces including our Lan Clan who attacked them simultaneously, they would still stand unshaken." Hengsheng's frown deepened. "Do they have true immortal cultivators?" Lan Mingzi nodded gravely. "Not just one or two, but dozens of them." Hengsheng's eyes widened in shock. The continent's situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Most people believed that the last true immortal to appear was over 1,000,000 years ago, a woman from the Silver Lotus Pavilion. She had left the continent after only 10,000 years, and many wondered why she didn't overthrow the Golden Sword sect and claim their position as overlords. Now Hengsheng understood the answer: she couldn't. "If they're so powerful," Hengsheng asked cautiously, "why would they share their secret land with everyone else?" Lan Mingzi's expression turned serious. "Because that is the way of heaven. If they hoarded all the resources and blocked others' paths to ascension, heaven would punish them. Such punishment would be a catastrophic blow to their chi luck." The term caught Hengsheng off guard. "Chi luck?" he repeated, his tone laced with curiosity. Lan Mingzi explained patiently. Chi luck is a hidden attribute that influences destiny. It manifests to all living beings under the heaven or specially made items like chi luck artifacts. The brighter one's chi luck, the more favorable their fate becomes. For powerful cultivators or sects, it ensures their prosperity, prevents calamities, and even makes it less likely for incompetent heirs to be born into their lineage. But this isn't something just anyone can see or understand. Mortals and cultivators who are still bound by mortality laws can't perceive chi luck. Only those who've reached the false immortal realm or higher can see it for what it truly is. And for those who can, it's like looking at the threads of destiny itself. It is a closely guarded secret among the most powerful forces. Hengsheng processed the revelation with awe. The concept of chi luck seemed to explain many mysteries of the cultivation world. "Does our Lan Clan possess a chi luck artifact as well?" Lan Mingzi nodded. "Yes, but it is heavily guarded by the Grand Elder. Knowledge of this artifact is restricted to high-level elders and the main bloodline of the clan. ensure that you do not speak of it outside this chamber." Hengsheng nodded solemnly. "Understood." "Is that all you needed to tell me?" Lan Mingzi shook his head. "No, there is more. I have a secret mission for you." Hengsheng raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Lan Mingzi's gaze turned cold, his voice dropping to a frigid tone. "You have to kill every single Thunderclap Blade sect disciple inside the secret land. Leave none alive." Hengsheng's breath hitched at the chilling directive. "What reason do we have for such an extreme act? They are the masters of the southern metal flow plains, a first-rate force. Wouldn't this be incredibly dangerous?" Lan Mingzi's voice remained icy. "If you wish to understand, we must go back to the founding of the Lan Clan 300,000 years ago. Everyone believes we rose to power as a second-rate force within 1,000,000 years due to the genius of your grandfather, Lan Hengsheng. But that broken bar was merely the surface of the story. 300,000 years ago, in a distant village nestled at the foot of a colossal mountain range that separated the metal flow plain from the outer lands of the Golden Pillar continent, a young boy, no older than 5, wielded a wooden stick like a sword. He swung it with fierce determination, imagining himself as a mighty swordsman battling a towering tree. "Dutan, stop playing with that stick. The Lord Cultivators have arrived to inspect the children. Follow me, quickly." The sharp voice of the village chief rang out from behind him. Startled, the boy froze mid-swing and then hurried to obey. "Yes, village chief," he said, gripping the stick tightly before discarding it and rushing to the gathering area. A line of children was already forming near the village center, their faces filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. At the front stood a group of young men and women clad in light pink robes. Their attire bore the emblem of a sword arranged like a blossoming flower, a mark of the prestigious Blossoming Sword sect. One by one, the children stepped forward, placing their hands on a glowing orb held by one of the cultivators. Some were chosen, directed to stand on the right, while others were sent to the left, their faces falling in disappointment as they ran crying to their parents or sat alone if they had no family to console them. Each time a child was chosen, a hefty pouch of money was handed to the village chief, who accepted it with an eager smile. Finally, it was Dutan's turn. The boy stepped forward hesitantly, his small hand reaching out to touch the orb. As soon as his fingers made contact, the orb began to glow with an intense green light, brighter than anything the cultivators had seen that day. One of the cultivators, a stern-faced man with sharp eyes, leaned closer, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Divine wood?" he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The other cultivators exchanged glances, their composure slipping for a brief moment before the stern-faced man turned to the village chief. Without a word, he handed over an enormous sack of money, far larger than the others. The village chief's face lit up with a greedy smile as he accepted the pouch. The cultivator then crouched down to face Dutan. His tone softened slightly, though his demeanor remained authoritative. "From this day forward, you are a disciple of the Blossoming Sword sect. Follow us." Dutan looked back at the only home he had ever known, his expression unreadable, before nodding and stepping toward the cultivators. The villagers watched in awe, some whispering prayers of gratitude for the blessing bestowed upon their small, forgotten village. 500 years later, in the midst of a bustling arena surrounded by towering cliffs, a chi sword shot into the sky, its gleaming edge shimmering with immense power. Moments later, it shattered into 1,000,000 fragments, the pieces raining down in a relentless storm onto its target. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of countless tiny blades echoed across the field, followed by a scream. As the dust settled, the crowd leaned forward, holding their breath. The defeated cultivator lay unconscious in the center of the battlefield, his robes torn and his sword broken. A loud voice resonated throughout the arena. "The winner is Dutan." Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Senior Brother Tan is amazing." As expected of him, and unmatched. Compliments and shouts of admiration filled the air, a testament to Dutan's growing fame within the Blossoming Sword sect. Dutan stood tall amidst the praise, his sword dissolving into spiritual light as he sheathed his aura. His face was calm, but his heart brimmed with pride. Today, he had won the sect's inner competition, a feat that earned him the coveted title of core disciple. But as he soaked in the moment, a woman's voice rang clearly in his mind. soft yet commanding. Come to the grand blossoming mother tree. Du Tan stiffened, confusion crossing his features. The grand blossoming mother tree was a sacred area, strictly forbidden to all but the highest-ranking members of the sect. Why was he being summoned there? Ignoring his curiosity, he quickly left the arena, navigating the sect's lush gardens and intricate pathways until he reached the sacred grounds. Towering above him was the grand blossoming mother tree, its trunk vast and ancient, its branches stretching endlessly toward the heavens. Standing beneath its massive canopy was a middle-aged woman in elegant robes, her presence exuding authority. Her eyes carried a sharp brilliance, and her aura felt like an impenetrable wall. "You must be Du Tan," she said, her voice steady and resonant. "I am Lan Hengsheng, Grand Elder of the Blossoming Sword Sect. From this moment onward, you will be my personal disciple." Du Tan froze, the weight of her words sinking in. The Grand Elder Lan Hengsheng was a legendary figure, a prodigy of her generation. Stories of her achievements had been told and retold among the disciples, and her name carried a sense of awe and reverence. To be chosen as her personal disciple was an honor beyond measure. "This is really happening?" Du Tan thought to himself, still processing the enormity of the situation. Lan Hengsheng raised an eyebrow, her tone becoming sharp. "What are you waiting for? Bow to your master." Snapping out of his daze, Du Tan dropped to his knees and kowtowed respectfully. "Disciple Du Tan greets master." "I will not disappoint you." Lan Hengsheng's lips curled into a faint smile. "Good. From now on, your path will be far more challenging." 10,000 years later, under a dense canopy of ancient trees, the sound of clashing weapons echoed through a hidden battlefield. Two cultivators faced off with fierce determination. One, clad in a light pink robe, wielded a thunder-imbued sword that hummed with power. The other, dressed in a black robe with golden embroidery, brandished a menacing yellow spear, his strikes swift and deadly. The pink-robed cultivator, Pan, staggered backward, his sword trembling under the relentless assault. Blood trickled from a wound on his shoulder, and his breathing grew ragged. The black-robed attacker smirked, sensing victory, and raised his spear for the final blow. But just as the spear descended, a flash of light streaked through the air. A wooden sword, simple yet radiating immense power, pierced the black-robed man's back with unerring precision. What?" the man gasped, his face twisting in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Pan, still clutching his injured side, looked up to see Du Tan descending from the sky. His senior brother's light pink robe fluttered in the breeze, and his expression was calm but commanding. "Thank you, senior brother Tan," Pan exclaimed, bowing deeply despite his injuries. "If not for you, I would already be dead." Du Tan waved off the gratitude with a faint smile. "How could I let my junior perish in this secret realm? If something happened to you, master would surely scold me." Pan lowered his head, guilt flashing across his face. "I'm sorry, senior brother. It was my carelessness that put me in danger." "We should leave before other cultivators arrive." Du Tan nodded. "Follow me. I've located an ancient treasure trove nearby. If we're swift, we can claim something worthwhile before the realm closes." Pan's eyes lit up with hope, and the two cultivators quickly made their way deeper into the secret realm. The treasure trove was a sight to behold, a hidden chamber filled with glowing artifacts, sparkling gemstones, and ancient scrolls. The air buzzed with the lingering energy of the immortal who had once resided there. Du Tan and Pan worked together to collect the most valuable items, their movements quick and efficient. By the time they exited the realm, their spatial rings were filled to the brim with treasures. Returning to the sect in triumph, they immediately sought out their master, Lan Hengsheng, to report their findings. In the grand hall beneath the towering grand blossoming mother tree, the two knelt respectfully before her. Lan Hengsheng's gaze swept over her two disciples, her expression unreadable. Pana, it is good to see you both have advanced to the Tao threshold realm. The future of our sect looks brighter with your growth." She paused, her voice dropping to a more serious tone. "I have something of great importance to share with you, and you must swear to keep this a secret. Only the sect master and you two will know." Du Tan and Pan exchanged a glance before bowing deeply. "We swear," Master. Lan Dianing's face softened. Within the next 100 years, I will attempt to break through and become the first true immortal of the blossoming sword sect. During this time, I will undergo my retreat in the forbidden area beneath the grand blossoming mother tree. I will require both of you to guard the area. Do not let anyone approach under any circumstances. Du Tan's heart swelled with pride at being entrusted with such a critical task. We will not fail you, Master. Wei Bipan, however, kept his head lowered, his expression hidden. As he echoed Du Tan's words, we will guard it with our lives. A flicker of something unreadable passed through his eyes. Du Tan had spent a century guarding the gate of the forbidden area, dedicating his every moment to cultivation and ensuring the safety of his master during her critical breakthrough. He revered her like a mother, and her success in reaching the true immortal realm was a goal he held as dearly as his own. As the chi in the surroundings began to shift, an ominous intent filled the air. Du Tan's senses sharpened. He exchanged a glance with his junior brother, Wei Bipan, who stood calmly by his side. Get ready for anything unexpected, Du Tan said, his voice firm. Wei Bipan nodded with a slight smile. Of course, senior brother. The chi flow reached its peak, forming a swirling vortex above the grand blossoming mother tree. The tribulation clouds churned, an ominous shade of purple and gold. Du Tan's master, Lan Dianing, was on the cusp of summoning the heavenly Tao to witness her ascension. He knew that no mortal, even false immortal, could interfere once the heavenly Tao was summoned. But before Du Tan could relax, an excruciating pain erupted in his chest. His eyes widened as he looked down to see a purple blade protruding from his body, its edges glowing with venomous light. He turned his gaze to the attacker, his heart sinking as he met Wei Bipan's cold, smirking face. Junior brother, a broken bar. Why? Du Tan rasped, blood dripping from his mouth. Wei Bipan twisted the blade slightly, watching as Du Tan winced in pain. What an idiot, Wei Bipan sneered. For all your strength and devotion, you never suspected a thing. This purple poison will keep you paralyzed long enough for me. Du Tan's mind raced, fury and betrayal coursing through him. Were broken bar traitor? Wei Bipan laughed. No, I never on your side. Did you really think I joined this sect to serve that woman? I've been waiting for this day, waiting for the moment to bring her down and go back to my thunderclap blade sect. Du Tan struggled to circulate his chi, but the poison was insidious, blocking his spiritual veins. He could only watch as Wei Bipan retrieved a talisman and activated it. A rift in space tore open, and 7 cultivators stepped through. Their auras were oppressive, each one radiating power comparable to Lan Dianing's. Du Tan's heart sank further. One of the 7, a man wielding an array flag, and with a simple hand sign array flag fly to all directions, spoke with a chilling voice. I already set up the hidden array. Once it's active, she won't be able to summon the heavenly Tao. A shimmering barrier formed, cutting off the connection to the heavens. Hurry, the flag wielder barked. Kill her before she recovers from her Tao injury. The remaining 6 nodded and surged toward the heart of the forbidden area, where Lan Dianing was seated in meditation. Du Tan's rage burned brighter than ever. He glared at Wei Bipan, his voice trembling with fury. You'll regret this. Master will never forgive you. Wei Bipan crouched beside him, a smug grin on his face. Forgiveness? She won't even survive to hold a grudge. Sit tight, senior brother. Watch as your precious sect crumbles, and your so-called master falls. Now tell me where you hide an immortal treasure, and I will give you a quick death. The sound of thunder echoed through the realm as the battle began. Du Tan's vision blurred, but his resolve remained unbroken. Despite the poison coursing through his veins, he vowed to find a way to fight back. Suddenly, his master's voice resonated in his mind through a chi message, firm and unyielding. Tanner, activate the jade token I gave you. Once it's active, the sect's protective formation will alert the sect master. Hurry. Du Tan didn't hesitate. Although his chi was paralyzed, his mind remained sharp. He focused on the jade token tied to his waist, commanding it with his thoughts. A brilliant light emanated from the token, and the grand blossoming mother tree responded, radiating with dense wood chi. In an instant, a massive protective formation sprung to life, surrounding the forbidden area. Wei Bipan's face twisted in anger. Seeing the change, he stormed toward Du Tan, kicking him viciously in the head. "What did you do? You ruined everything," he roared. His killing intent surged, and he raised his hand to deliver the final blow. Before Pan could strike, 3 powerful auras descended from the sky, their sheer pressure shaking the ground. The sect master and 2 grand elders had arrived. The sect master, with a sharp gaze and a sword that gleamed like liquid light, took in the scene at a glance. His voice thundered, filled with rage and authority. "It was you, Pan, the spy who's been sabotaging our sect and slaughtering our talents. You dare to betray us? Die!" He pointed his sword, sending a brilliant streak of energy racing toward Pan. The traitor's face turned pale with fear as he scrambled to pull a talisman from his robe. Activating it in desperation, his figure was swallowed by a flickering portal just as the sect master's attack reached him. The sect master clenched his fist, his anger barely contained. "Coward!" he spat, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Without wasting a moment, he strode toward Dutan and pulled the purple sword from his back. The pain receded instantly, and Dutan gasped as he regained mobility. "Sect Master," Dutan said, his voice hoarse but filled with urgency. "Master is in danger. 7 false immortals are attacking her, disrupting her Tao attainment ceremony. They've sealed the area to block her connection to the heavenly Tao." The sect master's expression darkened. He exchanged a glance with the Grand Elders, and they nodded silently. "We'll handle it," he said, his voice steady despite the tension. He gestured for the Grand Elders to follow him, and they shot toward the blossoming mother tree with incredible speed, leaving Dutan behind. But the sect master suddenly paused midair and turned back. His voice was grave. "Dutan, the sect is doomed today." Dutan froze, his blood turning cold. "Sect master, what do you mean?" "There are more than the 7 false immortals," the sect master said, his tone grim. "I've sensed 5 more nearby, along with an army. The Thunderclap Blade sect has made their move to eradicate us completely." Dutan's face went pale. "What should we do, Sect Master?" The Sect Master thrust a space ring to him. "This ring contains all of our sect's foundational treasures and resources. Take it. Gather the disciples who are outside and keep them safe. Hide, bide your time, and rebuild. Wait for the opportunity to avenge us." Dutan shook his head, his voice filled with anguish. "No. How can I, a core disciple, run away while my brothers and sisters are being slaughtered? I must stay and fight." The sect master frowned deeply. "There's no time for this. We already know what the Thunderclap Blade sect might do, since it was not the first time they eradicated a second-rate force that threatened their position. This is just a retreat. It's all for survival. If you die here, the sect dies with you. But if you survive, the Blossoming Sword sect will have a chance to rise again. This is my final order as your sect master." Before Dutan could protest further, the sect master placed a firm hand on his shoulder. A surge of power enveloped him, and the next moment, Dutan found himself outside the sect's territory. Staring back at the distant sky, where the blossoming mother tree stood tall amidst thunderstorms and chaos, a moment later his heart trembled when he felt the faint stir of a chi message reaching his mind. The voice of his master resonated within him, calm yet laced with unshakable determination, carrying the weight of her final will. "Tanner, listen well. The sect's survival now rests with you. The Blossoming Sword sect may fall today, but its roots will remain in you. You are the seed of our legacy, and nurture it, protect it, and one day, let it bloom once more to reclaim its place in this world." Her tone softened as if a mother was addressing her child. "I have taught you all I could, but this path ahead is yours to walk. Trust in your strength, in your mind, and in the bonds we forged. Even in death, I believe in you." The chi connection began to wane, her voice fading like the last rays of sunlight. "Live a broken bar and grow stronger. Farewell, my disciple." And then, silence. Dutan stood frozen, his fists trembling as tears welled in his eyes. Her words were a burden, a blessing, and a promise he vowed to honor. Dutan clenched his fists. Tears streamed down his face as the realization of his helplessness sank in. "Master a broken bar sect, master a broken bar, every near broken bar." With trembling hands, he held the space ring tightly. "I swear, I'll make them pay. I'll rebuild the Blossoming Sword sect, no matter how long it takes." Present within the sacred chi cave nestled deep in the forbidden mountains of the Lan Clan, a place where heaven and earth's chi converged in unparalleled density. Lan Hengsheng sat cross-legged. The air around him shimmered faintly with the energy of his cultivation, an aura of profound stillness that seemed to resonate with the mountain itself. His closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a depth of emotion rarely seen in his otherwise stoic demeanor. For a moment, his gaze lingered on the cave walls, where ancient carvings of swords and blooming flowers told the tale of an era long past. Lan Hengsheng's mind drifted back to the events of 300,000 years ago, to the day his world shattered and his purpose was forged in blood and loss. The faintest flicker of pain crossed his face, quickly replaced by the unyielding resolve that had carried him through the centuries. He exhaled slowly, the sound soft yet laden with the weight of countless years of cultivation and silent determination. Soon, he murmured, his voice low and steady, echoing faintly within the stone chamber. The single word carried the promise of a long-awaited reckoning of out and honor, the legacy he had sworn to uphold, and a reminder that some fires, once ignited, could never be extinguished. Hengsheng was stunned by the story he had just heard. His voice quivered slightly as he asked, "First Elder, did you just say that the Lan Clan is not truly a clan, but rather a facade for the remnants of the blossoming sword sect?" Lan Hengsheng nodded solemnly, his gaze steady. "That's correct. The day the blossoming sword sect was surrounded and destroyed, it wasn't only your grandfather, Lan Hengsheng, who survived, but ancestors of the Wang clan, Hua clan, and Qian clan also escaped. All of them were core disciples of the blossoming sword sect, sent out before the final siege to ensure the sect's survival in some form." Hengsheng's mind raced, struggling to process the revelation. "Hua clan? Qian clan? I've never even heard of them." The first elder inclined his head. "That's because they've kept a low profile as third-rate forces beyond the metal flow plane. They serve as the final contingency plan. If the identities of the Lan Clan or Wang clan were ever exposed, they are meant to ensure that the legacy of the blossoming sword sect lives on. But we are not yet strong enough to openly face the Thunderclap Blade sect. They have at least 10 false immortals, and we are uncertain if any of their 3 true immortals remain on the Golden Pillar continent or have already departed for higher realms." Hengsheng frowned, his voice tinged with skepticism. "Why are you telling me this? It seems too dangerous for someone like me. I'm just at the chi-gathering realm. Besides, who else knows about this?" Lan Hengsheng's expression remained serious as he replied, "Aside from the elders residing within the sacred mountain, there is the sect master, the 4 grand elders, and your father. That's all. You must remind yourself to keep this secret. Do not reveal your mission to anyone, no matter what." Hengsheng nodded slowly, his mind racing as he tried to process the weight of the task ahead. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "I understand, but if I managed to eliminate all their disciples during the metal flow plane gathering, won't that alert the Thunderclap Blade sect to be suspicious that someone is coming after them?" Lan Hengsheng's expression hardened, his voice resolute. "It will, but the risk is worth it." Over the past million years, the Thunderclap Blade sect has actively eradicated every second-rate force in the southern metal flow plane. Their actions have already significantly weakened their chi luck. If all their chi-gathering disciples perish inside the secret land, it will strike a devastating blow to their prestige and further erode their chi luck. If everything succeeds, we may finally have the opportunity to confront them head-on. Hengsheng's eyes glimmered with a mixture of determination and apprehension. "I see a broken bar, so this mission isn't just about revenge, it's about creating a crack in their dominance." Lan Hengsheng nodded. "Precisely. Remember, Hengsheng, this mission is critical for the survival and revival of our lineage. But success requires you to act with absolute precision and cunning. The future of the Lan Clan and the legacy of the blossoming sword sector rests on your shoulders." Hengsheng straightened his posture and nodded firmly. "I won't let you down, First Elder. I'll make sure their disciples don't leave the secret land alive." Lan Hengsheng's eyes softened slightly as he regarded Hengsheng. "Good. Prepare yourself. This gathering will be unlike any challenge you've faced before." Hengsheng nodded, his usual smirk replaced by a somber expression. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. With a simple gesture, the first elder sent Hengsheng back to his room. As he reappeared, Hengsheng quickly glanced around. His servants seemed unfazed, likely due to the first elder. "You may all rest now. I'll be entering cultivation. Inform me when we arrive in Golden City," Hengsheng instructed calmly. The servants bowed and retreated to their quarters, leaving Hengsheng alone. He stood silently for a moment, his gaze distant as the enormity of what he had learned settled over him. The truth about the Lan clan's origin, the ever-looming threat of the Thunderclap Blade sect, and the precariousness of their survival, it all felt like a tempest swirling in his mind. He had thought the Lan clan's position secure because they didn't have any sworn enemies, only minor disputes over resources to contend with. Now, he realized that they were perched on the edge of annihilation. His mind raced through scenarios of what could go wrong. The image of his clan falling, consumed by the might of the Thunderclap Blade sect, flashed vividly in his thoughts. The cold, harsh reality sent a chill down his spine. Hengsheng's eyes hardened, his usual laziness replaced with steely resolve. "If things go wrong, we'll be wiped out." A broken bar. "I can't let that happen." The room seemed to grow colder as his determination solidified. "I need to get stronger." Quickly, without another thought, Hengsheng moved to his cultivation mat. Sitting cross-legged, he took a deep breath, calming his turbulent thoughts. His spirit core pulsed faintly within him, resonating with his will. As Hengsheng initiated his cultivation, the room subtly shifted. Spiritual chi in the air responded violently to his pull, swirling toward him in a torrent. The sheer force of the influx caused the furniture around him to tremble slightly, and a faint mist of chi began to form. Each breath he took drew an immense amount of spiritual energy into his body. His spirit core refined it, and the vast meridian refinement art circulated it throughout his spirit veins, eroding the barriers of his unopened meridians. 2 months later, Hengsheng sat cross-legged on his cultivation mat, surrounded by a shimmering pile of low-rank spirit stones. Each one glowed faintly, pulsing with spiritual chi as they fed his cultivation. He was nearing the completion of his final chi cycle, the air around him charged with intense energy as it condensed and flowed into his body. As the final unit of refined chi entered his spirit core, a powerful surge rippled through him. His spiritual chi inside his spirit core began to evolve, refining its quality and expanding its capacity. Hengsheng's body turned faintly red as spiritual chi coursed through his meridians, purging impurities and strengthening his body. The spirit stones surrounding him dimmed one by one, their energy completely absorbed. As their chi depleted, they crumbled into fine dust, scattering around the room like ash in the wind. Hengsheng didn't pause, cycling through the stones with calculated efficiency, their abundant chi accelerating his breakthrough. By the time the process ended, thousands of spirit stones had been reduced to dust, covering the floor in a fine, pale layer. Hengsheng's body pulsed with vitality, his spirit core gleaming with newfound strength and refinement. He had successfully advanced to the middle stage of the chi-gathering realm. Hengsheng opened his eyes slowly, his gaze filled with a mix of triumph and exhaustion. He flexed his fingers, feeling the increased power coursing through his veins. The energy was potent and steady. Despite his success, Hengsheng's body felt drained, both mentally and physically, from the intense process of his breakthrough. Sitting amidst the dust of countless spirit stones, he took a deep breath, allowing himself a rare moment of reflection. Stabilizing the cultivation realm will take some time, he thought, standing up and brushing the fine layer of dust off his robes. His resolve hardened as he gazed at the room, now littered with the remains of his efforts. A translucent system window appeared before him, displaying his updated status. Name, Lan Hengsheng. Race, human. Age, 18. Spirit core, system neutral. Spirit core, mortal. Cultivation realm, middle stage. Chi gathering, 25.01%. Chi cultivation method, vast meridian refinement art. Attributes, physique, 62. Spiritual chi, 312. Mind, 53. Spirit body, 54. Special traits, mind space, super spirit body, vast meridian, 124. 512. Chi techniques, earth gradia endless step technique, horizon shift technique, world shatter palm art, chi surge cannon technique, heaven's pulse fist technique, Pure Chi Rebound Technique. Auxiliary Systems Capacity, 93/100%. Ultimate Fighting System, 34%. Recycle System, 44%. Scripture Maker System, 15%. System Points, 0-1000 points. Absorb, Upgrade. Hengsheng studied the system window intently, his gaze lingering on the steady progress he had made. Middle stage at last, he murmured, a faint sense of accomplishment in his tone. His eyes shifted to the numbers, each representing the fruits of his relentless effort and the countless spirit stones he had consumed. 312 units of spiritual chi, he muttered, shaking his head. Despite the seemingly impressive number, he couldn't help but feel underwhelmed. In reality, even a cultivator at the spiritual foundation realm with only 10 units of spiritual chi could rival or surpass him due to the fundamental differences in quality and mastery of chi between the realms. This function is misleading and worse than useless, he thought with a wry smile. It only takes up system space and gives me a false sense of strength. His gaze hardened as he made a decision. I should remove it entirely. There's no point in keeping something that doesn't serve a purpose. Closing the system window with a wave of his hand, Hengsheng leaned back slightly and thought as he began to cultivate. The more he understood about chi and the world's nature, contemplating the gaps in his power. Strength isn't in number. He resolved to refine not only his chi but also his systems, ensuring every aspect of his cultivation path was optimized for the battles to come. Hengsheng pondered on how to become stronger within a short period of time. Reconstructing the main system is out of the question now, he muttered, knowing it would take too much time and effort. Just thinking about it won't help, he sighed. I need to focus on something practical. Upgrading my fighting experience to another level should be a solid solution for now. Closing his system, Hengsheng began designing a new auxiliary system aimed at improving his combat skills and techniques. Although his mind space allowed him to simulate various scenarios as he pleased, it couldn't fully replicate the real-world laws, which limited its effectiveness. I need to bring the simulation into the real world, he decided. Ding. Scenario Simulation System, 75%, installed. Hengsheng nodded but frowned at the space the new system consumed. This takes up too much capacity, he grumbled. After some thought, he decided to uninstall the Ultimate Fighting System, 34%, Recycle System, 44%, and Scripture Maker System, 15%, to make room for the new system. As usual, the process drained a significant amount of his spiritual chi, leaving him momentarily weakened. Once the installation was complete, he tested the new system immediately, setting up a scenario to fight against 10 simulated versions of Lan Xiaorong. Scenario: Lan Hengsheng vs 10x Lan Xiaorong processing a broken bar. The battlefield is ready. Suddenly, he felt as if he was being dragged into another place. The surroundings transformed into a modern cityscape that he had set up beforehand. He moved his body experimentally, testing his ability to walk, run, jump, punch, and channel chi. It all felt completely real, much more so than the mind space simulations. This is much better than before, he said, satisfied with the system's potential. Start fight. The moment the command was given, 10 identical versions of Lan Xiaorong materialized in front of him. Their faces bore the same expression, but their eyes lacked any real will. Hengsheng frowned. A flaw, he muttered. The simulation can't replicate a real will. Well, I'm not strong enough to create a system capable of that yet. I'll fix it later. Right now, I need to fight. The 10 simulated Xiaorongs dashed at him simultaneously, green aura swirling around them as they wielded wooden swords with superhuman speed. Fwee-ee. The wind screamed with their movement. Hengsheng dodged one after another, countering with a well-timed world shatter palm. Bang! The impact sent one Xiaorong flying, but 3 others immediately closed in to assist, forcing Hengsheng to retreat momentarily. He smirked. Not bad. Even without real will, their programming is solid. The battle continued for an hour within the simulation. By the time Hengsheng defeated the last Xiaorong, his shirt was drenched in sweat. He caught his breath, reflecting on the fight. I didn't think Xiaorong would be this strong. Or Maybe I'm still not strong enough? He dismissed the thought for now, commanding the system to end the simulation. Instantly, he was dragged back to reality. He checked his status and noted that only 6 minutes had passed in the real world. So, time moves 10 times slower inside the simulator, he observed. That's acceptable, even though I initially intended it to be entirely time-stopped. It's good enough for now. Hengsheng leaned back with a satisfied smile. This system is just what I needed. Hengsheng sat cross-legged, pondering his next move. What's next? He murmured to himself, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the floor. He thought about what else he could do while waiting for his cultivation to stabilize. Then he recalled something. His eyes brightened as he reached for his new space ring. With a slight flick of his wrist, he retrieved an oval, golden-colored egg, about the size of a basketball. It gleamed faintly with metallic hues, intricate chi runes etched all over its surface. It was the mortal-grade metal-type spirit beast egg he had acquired during the auction. He studied the egg closely, turning it in his hands. What should I do about this? He mused aloud. Should I try to install a system into it before it hatches? Or maybe create a specialized auxiliary system to focus entirely on cultivating a spirit beast companion? Hengsheng frowned, shaking his head as he dismissed the thought. No, that's not my path, he muttered. Enslaving innocent creatures a broken bar, it's not right. Turning this into a spirit beast companion would forever bind it to my soul. But it would also limit its potential. It would never surpass me, and caging something much like these, something that could grow so much more, would be a waste of endless possibilities. He carefully set the egg down, his expression contemplative. He understood that his mindset was unconventional in this world. The cultivation world thrived on hierarchies, domination, and the law of the jungle. Spirit beasts were nothing more than tools, servants, or allies bred to serve their master's path. But I can't throw away my values just because this world works differently, Hengsheng said firmly, his voice unwavering. I won't be swallowed by the nature of this world. If everyone else bows to it, I'll carve my own path. A path that doesn't compromise my beliefs. Hengsheng's gaze sharpened, his resolve solidifying. He decided to approach this differently. Let's see what potential you can hold, he said softly, addressing the egg as if it could understand him. Not as a tool, but as something that can grow freely. Maybe we can work together as partners rather than master and slave. With a smirk, an idea took form in his mind. Closing his eyes, Hengsheng entered his mind space. He began crafting a unique system, one that would ensure the spirit beast's growth wasn't tied to his own limits. This system wouldn't enslave or bind the beast through domination but would nurture its natural potential. When Hengsheng opened his eyes, he extended his palm, and chi began to gather, swirling like a vortex above it. The energy condensed rapidly, forming an intricate chi pattern that seemed alive, pulsating with immense complexity. Runes began spinning and aligning themselves, each more intricate than the last, weaving together in a sequence that even Hengsheng, with his system-enhanced knowledge, found entirely beyond his comprehension. The patterns were not like any formations or inscriptions he had ever seen. It was as if the very essence of heaven and earth was being rewritten into something entirely new. Hengsheng's brow furrowed in concentration as he channeled almost all his spiritual chi into the process. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, the sheer demand of the energy threatening to drain him entirely. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the swirling chi solidified. The intricate patterns and runes coalesced into a glowing white marble, radiant with a soft, ethereal light. Hengsheng stared at the creation in awe, feeling the weight of something profound in his hand. Guiding the chi marble toward the egg, Hengsheng carefully controlled its descent. The marble sank into the egg, merging seamlessly. Almost instantly, the egg began to react, greedily absorbing ambient chi. The golden hue of the egg glowed brighter, and Hengsheng could feel a surge of vitality from within it. Seeing the egg's response, Hengsheng nodded with satisfaction. He retrieved 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from his space ring and arranged them around the egg to aid its absorption process. Let's speed this up a little, he murmured. The sight of the egg voraciously absorbing qi filled Hengsheng with a mix of pride and curiosity. This was the first time he had taken a step to extend his system beyond himself, to see what the system might look like in the real world. Watching the egg actively draw in the ambient qi confirmed that his experiment had succeeded, but it also raised questions about the process itself. Hengsheng reflected himself. This experimental installing the system into another being was something he had long wanted to try but never had the right target. Now, with the spirit beast egg as his subject, the results were beyond what he expected. However, the process had drained him. It required an overwhelming amount of qi, far more than it ever took to enhance himself, and it was showing him a glimpse into how the system is profound, and how little he still understood about it. Hengsheng sat down, closing his eyes to recover his depleted spiritual qi. More than 90% of it had been consumed in a short span of time to create two systems back to back. After some recovery, he opened his eyes and immediately began crafting a third system, this time, for himself. Keeping its functions minimal to conserve space, he finalized the creation. Beastmaster System, 25%. This system was simple yet effective. It allowed him to form a soul contract with the spirit beast. The bare-bones design ensured it fit within his remaining system capacity. Looking back at the egg, which continued to absorb spiritual qi at an insatiable pace, Hengsheng's lips curled into a smile. "Let's grow together, buddy," he said softly, his tone filled with determination and hope. Pack, boom. A massive palm struck down Xiarong 14, 15, and 16 in rapid succession. Thwack, thwack. Hengsheng grunted as Xiarong 17 and 18 managed to slip through his defenses, stabbing him in the back. Blood sprayed from his mouth as pain surged through him. Hengsheng roared, forcing his qi to surge through his body. Activating pure qi rebound technique, he gathered the accumulated energy from the attacks he had endured. Boom. The explosive release of qi sent Xiarong 17 and 18 flying back. Without hesitation, Hengsheng yanked the two swords from his back, gritting his teeth as blood gushed out. He immediately circulated his qi to stem the bleeding. His chest heaved as exhaustion began to take its toll. Fighting against a large group of peak qi gathering cultivators, even simulated ones, was far more taxing than he had anticipated. If this had been a mortal-level battle, all he would have needed was to avoid being surrounded. But now, every move demanded precision and calculation. Even with my qi reserves, Hengsheng thought grimly, I'm just a gun with 100 bullets fighting 10 guns with 1 bullet each. I'm not fast enough. Not yet. Xiarong 17 and 18 recovered swiftly, positioning themselves to attack Hengsheng from opposite directions. Hengsheng divided his spirit body into 3 parts, one to focus on each attacker, and one to remain on guard for Xiarong 19 and 20, who were lurking, ready to strike. Green qi auras flared around Xiarong 17 and 18, their speed surging as they dashed forward. Hengsheng retaliated by launching a barrage of qi marbles. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions tore through the air, but to his shock, the 2 attackers didn't dodge. They barreled through the attack, unfazed. Hengsheng attempted to retreat with the horizon shift technique. His spirit body strained to hold its positions, but before he could act, his lower body was suddenly grabbed. Half dead but relentless, Xiarong 17 and 18 had managed to cling to him. Hengsheng's face turned pale. He struggled to free himself, but it was too late. Xiarong 19 and 20, who had been lying in wait, dashed forward at lightning speed, flanking him from the left and right. Swoosh! Their swords slashed clean through his neck, severing his head. Blood sprayed as his head spun through the air. Ding! Scenario: Lan Hengsheng vs 20x Super Lan Xiarong has failed. Hengsheng's simulated body disintegrated, leaving him back in his training chamber, drenched in sweat. Damn it, he muttered, shaking his head. I'm not fast enough. I need to be sharper, stronger. His fists clenched. Run it again. Just like that, another round of battle began a broken bar. A while later, Hengsheng was forced out of the simulator, his mind throbbing with exhaustion. It was only now that he realized he had a mental limit when using the system. Having unknowingly spent 3 full days training his techniques and refining his movements, the results were acceptable by the standards of this world. He had become far stronger within his own realm, but it still didn't meet the lofty image he held of himself as invincible. Hengsheng wanted more. He wanted to fight across cultivation realms like the geniuses he'd read about in historical records or cultivation novels from his past life. Frowning deeply, he mulled over the problem. What am I lacking? He muttered to himself. Is it Tao? But qi gathering with the Tao seed is a myth, or is it my technique? No, I'm sure my techniques are top tier. They might even compare to those crafted by true immortals. Or are broken bar maybe it's because I don't have some mysterious master in a ring teaching me. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Young master, we're about to arrive in Golden City in 2 hours. Lanu's voice came from the other side. Come in, Hengsheng called out, shaking himself from his musings. Lanu entered, her eyes immediately scanning the mess in his room. Dust from shattered spirit stones covered the floor, scraps of cloth dirty with impurities lay scattered about, and in the center of it all was a mountain of low-rank spirit stones encircling the metal-type spirit beast egg. Her brow furrowed at the sight. Hengsheng waved her off casually. Clean this up and keep an eye on the egg for me. Don't touch it directly. If the spirit stones are all used up, replace them with the ones in this pouch. He handed her a space pouch filled with spirit stones. Lanu bit her lip, clearly displeased by what she saw as his wasteful use of resources. But she replied respectfully, yes, master. Hengsheng nodded, ignoring her reaction. I'll head out to the deck for some fresh air. Stepping out of his room after 2 months of isolation, Hengsheng made his way toward the deck. Behind him, a few other servants followed at a respectful distance, though he paid them no mind, not bothering to remember their names. As he reached the deck, he was struck by the dazzling sight of the floor seemingly glowing with a golden hue, as if the sunlight itself had turned gold. Frowning in confusion, he turned to look at the source. His eyes widened in awe, and his jaw dropped. Before him stood a colossal golden mountain, its surface reflecting the sunlight with such brilliance that it bathed the surrounding skyship and landscape in golden light. The mountain towered into the heavens, piercing through layers of clouds, its peak entirely obscured. Even from this distance 2 hours away at the skyship's incredible speed, it dominated the horizon like a celestial monument. That a broken bar that cannot be a natural mountain, Hengsheng murmured, struggling to process the scale of what he was seeing. Is this why this continent is called the Golden Pillar Continent? The sight reminded him of the breathtaking grandeur he'd seen in a black hole scene from an Iran movie in his past life. It was otherworldly, defying the boundaries of what should exist in reality. Recovering from his amazement, Hengsheng glanced around. The other young cultivators on the deck were similarly awestruck, their faces filled with a mix of wonder and disbelief. Like him, most of them had never stepped outside the Lan Clan's territory before. It was clear this was their first glimpse of the legendary Golden Pillar, and their reactions mirrored his own. He chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head. This world really never ceases to amaze me. This was also my reaction when I first saw it. A voice came from behind him. Hengsheng turned to see First Elder Lan Mingzi stepping onto the deck. Quickly, Hengsheng bowed. Greetings, First Elder. Lan Mingzi gestured lightly, acknowledging the greeting. Do you know the name of this realm? The elder asked, his tone calm but expectant. Hengsheng frowned and shook his head. Despite his extensive reading in the Lan Clan's library, which included knowledge about there are 5 continents in this realm, there had been no mention of its name. Lan Mingzi nodded knowingly and said, this realm is called the 5-pillar realm. Each continent has something like these massive, towering pillars that represent the 5 elements. Isn't it remarkable? Hengsheng's eyes widened slightly, and he nodded. Yes, it's incredible. But it doesn't seem natural. Do you know its history, First Elder? Lan Mingzi shook his head. Not entirely. What is known is that the 5 pillars represent the 5 elements: red fire, black water, yellow earth, golden metal, and green wood. Each pillar has been under the possession of the 5 overlords of this realm since its inception. The overlords' ownership has never changed, even after countless eras. Hengsheng's brow furrowed. The pillars are treasures, then they must hold incredible value. Lan Mingzi smiled faintly. They are more than treasures. Each pillar is said to be the greatest trove of elemental resources in this realm. They shape the power structure of the five-pillar realm, ensuring their overlord's dominance. Lan Mingzi continued, his tone turning more serious. The secret land you will soon enter is called the Land of Pillar Foundation. It lies deep underground, connected to the Golden Pillar itself. It is said to be a world of unparalleled opportunities and dangers. Of course, the Overlord will open its entrance once every 100 years to everyone, and of course, other cultivators that not be part of the Golden Sword sect can only be allowed to roam around the outer rim of the land. The inner circle is a private area of the Overlord, so don't provoke them by trying to cross the barrier they have set. Hengsheng nodded solemnly, his curiosity and resolve both deepening. I understand, First Elder. I'll proceed with caution and make the most of this chance. Hengsheng spoke with the Elder for a while before the First Elder left, leaving Hengsheng alone on the deck. He remained standing, gazing at the breathtaking view of the world from above. The skyship sailed smoothly through the clouds, the horizon painted in golden hues by the reflection of the towering golden pillar. An hour passed, and Hengsheng's sharp eyes began to pick out the outline of a vast city below. As the skyship descended slightly, the city's full grandeur revealed itself. It wasn't just big, it was massive, sprawling endlessly in every direction. Streets and buildings stretched as far as the eye could see, merging seamlessly into the distant landscape. Hengsheng marveled at the architecture. The city was a perfect blend of elegance and strength, its structures harmonizing with the towering golden pillar behind it. The buildings shimmered with golden accents, their rooftops glinting under the sunlight. This was the Golden City, the major capital of the Golden Pillar continent. Hengsheng's breath caught for a moment as he gazed at the endless expanse of the Golden City below. This is the center of the Golden Pillar continent, he murmured, his voice tinged with awe. His eyes then drifted beyond the city, toward the towering Golden Pillar itself. Its immense space seemed to stretch forever, surrounded by lush golden trees and a misty, golden glow that veiled its true grandeur. He squinted, attempting to discern anything resembling the Golden Sword sect, but all he could see was the mountain and the forest surrounding it. Still, he knew better. Somewhere within that overwhelming landscape lay the entire sector. He whispered, almost to himself, it must be a concealment formation. Despite the awe the sight inspired, Hengsheng felt a pang of frustration well up within him. The comparison between his Lan Clan and the Golden Sword sect was humbling, almost crushing. His fists clenched as he muttered through gritted teeth, damn it. It was as if he had been reduced to nothing more than a small fish in a vast ocean, a reality that stung more than he cared to admit. Soon, the Lan Clan skyship began to descend, lowering its altitude as it approached the city limits. Hengsheng wasn't surprised. A city of this scale and prestige wouldn't allow even skyships to freely fly overhead. The rules here would undoubtedly be as rigid as they were in Lan City, where only clan members were permitted to fly within its airspace. Later the Lan Clan skyship hovered briefly over the outskirts of Golden City, its massive silhouette casting long shadows on the golden streets below. The ship lowered gradually, its hull gleaming in the sunlight as it approached the docking area. Around the landing site, city patrols in gleaming golden armor stood at attention, their eyes scanning every movement with meticulous precision. Hengsheng felt the subtle pressure of their auras, each one seemingly at least in the spiritual foundation realm. The ship came to a halt with a faint hum, its descent cushioned by the chi-powered mechanisms that supported its structure. Moments later, the gangway extended, and the First Elder, Lan Mingzi, descended with an air of authority. A group of golden-robed cultivators waited below, their demeanor calm yet imposing. Hengsheng recognized them immediately as members of the Golden Sword sect, their presence marking the weight of the city's importance. Lan Mingzi exchanged formal greetings with the Golden Sword sect inspectors. Their conversation was brief but filled with undertones of mutual respect and restraint. The Golden Sword sect elder gestured toward the city gates, signaling approval for the Lan Clan members to disembark. Everyone, gather here. Lan Mingzi's voice cut through the murmurs among the Lan Clan juniors as they filed off the ship. The younger generation assembled in neat rows, their eyes darting around to take in their surroundings. The golden streets stretched endlessly before them, bustling with activity. Merchants loudly promoted their wares, while cultivators, some emanating terrifyingly dense qi, strolled confidently, their robes marking various factions. Above, the towering golden pillar loomed, its sheer size and radiant glow dominating the skyline. "Listen closely," Lan Hengsheng began, his voice stern. "Golden City is the heart of the Golden Pillar continent and the territory of the Golden Sword sect. Their rules are absolute. Do not, under any circumstances, provoke their disciples or other major factions." An elder chimed in. "This is not Lan City. Your status here means nothing. Remember your place." Lan Hengsheng continued, "We are here to prepare for the Land of Pillar Foundation. Use this time wisely to refine your techniques, replenish your resources, and gain insights into the competition. Stay disciplined and avoid unnecessary conflict." As the briefing concluded, Hengsheng observed the mixed reactions of his peers. Some nodded with serious expressions, taking the elder's words to heart, while others exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to proceed in the face of such expectations. Hengsheng, however, had no interest in exploring the city at the moment. There was still almost a month before the secret land would open. He noted the air around them, dense with qi so rich and tangible it was nearly visible. The sheer abundance of spiritual energy here made him envious of cultivators who resided in such an environment. With qi this concentrated, advancing in cultivation would be far easier. As the group dispersed, many excitedly ventured into the city, eager to experience its grandeur and opportunities. Hengsheng, however, turned back toward the skyship. His priority was elsewhere. With the immense qi surrounding the golden pillar, his spirit beast egg would hatch far faster than he had initially calculated. Without hesitation, he returned to his chamber to focus on what truly mattered. As Hengsheng returned to his chamber, he noticed it had been thoroughly cleaned. Lanu sat cross-legged in a meditative state, her breathing steady and focused. He decided not to disturb her and turned his attention to the spirit beast egg. The egg continued to absorb spiritual qi voraciously, the flow of energy around it forming faint ripples in the air. Hengsheng couldn't help but wonder why it required such an immense amount of spiritual qi just to birth a rank 1 spirit beast. This amount of qi could easily be used to create another main system, he mused. Perhaps forming a life isn't just about constructing a physical body. Maybe it's about something deeper. His thoughts wandered further, contemplating the mysteries of life and the profound energy required to create it. Before long, Lanu stirred from her meditation, her eyes opening to meet Hengsheng's. "Young master," she greeted, bowing slightly. "Good, you're awake," Hengsheng replied. "I have a new mission for you. Go explore the Golden City with the other clan members and gather information about the professions of formation masters, artificers, and runic engravers. Relay anything you find back to me." "Yes, young master," Lanu responded without hesitation. She stood, bowed again, and left the chamber, taking 2 of Hengsheng's other servants with her. Hengsheng settled onto his mat, his mind already buzzing with ideas. The memory of taking the system outside his body still intrigued him. It had been a revelation, opening his eyes to new possibilities. "The system. It's like a qi artifact," Hengsheng murmured. "Constructed through qi runes and qi formations. If I can master these arts, maybe I could build a far superior system." He clenched his fist, determination surging within him. Back at the Lan Clan, he had always wanted to delve into the study of formations and runes, but his focus had been solely on cultivation. Now, with the resources and opportunities available in the Golden City, he could finally have a chance to learn them. Hengsheng shifted his focus back to the spirit egg, immediately noticing subtle changes. The once golden hue of the egg had faded, replaced by a luminous white. The qi runes that once danced around its surface had rearranged themselves into a far more intricate pattern. He nodded to himself, understanding that this transformation must have been triggered by the infinity evolution system he installed within the egg. Despite its grand name, the system was simply an extension of his main system's upgrade function, designed specifically to refine and enhance the bloodline of the spirit beast. Hengsheng had infused it with the intent to create a being with the utmost potential. It rejected its mortal-grade bloodline entirely, along with its original elemental affinity. Instead, it evolved into the purest form of a spirit beast, to one free from any innate limitations. This way, it won't be bound by its bloodline like ordinary spirit beasts or demon beasts, Hengsheng thought. Its potential will be determined by the path it forges, not its origins. It'll be weak at first, but the possibilities will be limitless. The transformation process completed, and the egg absorbed the last remnants of spiritual qi in the air. The absorption abruptly stopped, and Hengsheng's eyes lit up. "It's hatching," he murmured, leaning forward. The egg trembled violently, radiating an intense white light that enveloped its form, turning it into a floating orb of brilliance. Hengsheng's heart raced as the glowing sphere began to shift and reshape itself mid-air. His mind flashed back to a familiar scene from his past life, a game he used to play when Ha was a child. The uncanny resemblance made him pause. Am I really living in someone else's imagination world? He wondered, shaking the thought aside. The orb of light gradually started to take form, limbs sprouting and a tail extending. Hengsheng squinted, trying to discern its shape. Slowly but surely, it became clear: a feline figure. 4 legs, a slender body, a tail flicking elegantly behind it. A ting, ting, ting. The light shattered like glass, fragments dispersing into tiny specks of qi that vanished into the air. Standing before Hengsheng was a small, pristine grey cat with fur that shimmered faintly under the room's light. Its large, curious yellow eyes blinked at him, reflecting an intelligent gleam. Meow, a broken bar. Hengsheng froze, staring at the tiny creature in disbelief. The newborn spirit beast tilted its head at him, emitting another soft meow.